Everyone. Maybe starting up now. Hang on one sec. Let me just test some stuff. There we go. So, let me adjust my headphones. There we go. Well, I'm just testing the stream just seconds before I actually start. I want to see how loud I am. Let me just test how. That'll cut out probably. I tried to cut my mic off and then listen to it so you couldn't hear it, but that was weird. Okay. It sounds pretty good. Sounds fine. I'm happy with that. Oh no, we don't want that. We want this under here. That's it. That's why. Like that. What's this here? Yeah. Such a mess, you just don't understand how much of a mess this is here. Alright, so let's put the game audio back on. What it was. So if it's about here and the music is going on, I'm curious to see how loud I actually am compared. So hang on one sec, maybe we can test this as well. I think I need to... It's about there, 59, that's good. And that's a 77, yeah, I think that's good now. So, boom. Hang on a sec, let me just put this under here because it's in the way. Where's the start now? Shit. Wait, why is tangled everywhere? Yeah, I want this one. I want this one. This one. There we go, that's it. Okay, we should be good to go now, thank God. There we go. Okay, we're ready, we're done. Let's continue. I think it's a name change, so yeah. Let me just change it to this, to be honest. There we go. Alright, let's continue.
ということは、 ここが発見されるのも時間の問題かな。あらかじめ流しておいた偽の情報も効果なかったか。
急ごう。
おう、開けるぞ。
すごい。こんなところに扉があったなんて。これなら誰にも見つからないね。
さあ、中へ。
ここって。
Oh. The room is almost totally bare and covered from top to bottom in soundproofing materials. Not only were there no windows, there wasn't even a door to the hallway. The building they were in was once a symbol of the old Akihabara, before it was almost entirely destroyed by an air raid during the last days of the Third World War. Only a few people knew about the secret room inside it. The biggest reason it was a secret was a silhouette of what looked like a satellite sitting in the corner. I don't know what that is.
あ、これタイムマシンだよね。これがタイムマシン。かがり、危ないからあんまり近づくな。
Suzuha spoke to the little girl, clutching Mayuri's hand. Most of the children in this era had skin inflammations somewhere on their body from all the radioactive rain, but she didn't. Her name was Kagari Shinya. Her registration form said she was 10 years old, but no one knew if that was true. She was an orphan who lost her parents in the Tokyo air raids when she was a baby, and nobody even knew her birthday. The name Kagari had been given to her by Mayuri, who was working at the child welfare center that had taken her in. She took it from the word Kagaribi, meaning bonfire, in hope that she could be a light even in its dark days. It had been 4 years since Mayuri had adopted her. Her name on the registration form had become Kagari Shinya. Get the name right.
綺麗だね、ママ。そうね。
Suzuha motioned for the Shinyas to step back, and put her right hand and right eye up to the time machine's sensor. The biometrics check cleared and the hatch slid open. She went inside and fastened herself into the seat.
これほど長時間の有人ジャンプは初めてだが、技術的には全く問題ない。これまでのテストジャンプ通りやればいいからな。
オーキードーキー。
Suzuha began to flip switches, working her way through the startup procedure. She practiced it hundreds of times in preparation for this day. The faint rumble from the machine began to get louder.
データによれば、昔のラジカンはちょうどこの場所が屋上になってる。ただし、高さが1メートルほどずれてるからな。着地するときに衝撃があると思う。
了解。
The time machine can move through time, but not space. To arrive at the radio building more than 60 years in the past, she needed to launch from right here.
トラブルが起きても冷静にな。トレーニングを思い出せばいい。
大丈夫だよ。私は父さんのマシンを信じてるから。
Her words must have meant a lot to him, because he stuck out his lips there towards her, so he squished them back with her hand.
気持ち悪い。
悲しいな。鈴葉は父さんが嫌いかい？
父さんがやると なんか下心があるみたいだから。
No, not
い
that.
くらなんでも娘相手に下心なんてねえよ。
You would.
最近母さんに似てきたハスハスとか言ってたのはどこの誰？
Her mother wasn't here. She'd become a victim of the war, brutally killed by the peacekeeping squads. Oh god.
冗談を真に受けないでくれたまえ。
なんだ、冗談だったの？
Suzuha's voice sounded kind of disappointed. She set the destination for August 13th, 1975. Her first mission was there. Was it IBN, was it?
これでよし。それじゃあ父さん、マヨ姉さん。
She was about to say her goodbyes, but then... Suzuha drew her gun from her holster. She was about to get out the time. Wait, she was about to get out of the time machine, but her dad stopped her. Yeah, let's take the time machine.
ダメだ。さっさと飛べ。
でも父さんたちが。
俺たちのことはいい。早く行け、鈴葉。
そんな、だって。
マヤシ、係ちゃんを。このマシンにはもう一人乗れる。
Mayuri and Suzuha's father picked up the stunned Kaguri and stuffed her into the time machine. Interesting. She went as well.
係をお願い。わかった。
If Suzuha's mission succeeded, the world line would be rebuilt, and it was likely that the present Kaguri would cease to exist. It might have been pointless to send her, but even so, a mother wants her child to live. That's how Suzuha's mum was too. They meant Suzu at first.
Mama.
Kaguri finally seemed to understand what was going on. She called out to her mom.
やだよ。いや。大丈夫だよ、かがりちゃん。すずちゃんが一緒だからね。ダメ、ママも一緒じゃなきゃダメ。過去へ行けば昔のママがいるよ。今よりずーっと若くて、かがりちゃんびっくりするだろうな。
Mayuri handed Kaguri a tiny keychain. It looked old. It may have been a brightly coloured green once, but now it was completely faded.
ママがずっと大切にしてきたウーパのキーホルダーだよ。かがりちゃんにあげる。大事にしてね。
Once it was pressed firmly into Kaguri's hand, she stepped back. Mayuri was smiling, but weeping at the same time.
いや、行きたくない。ママと一緒にいる。ママダメ。かがり、おとなしくしてなさい。
Damn, Mayuri. Kaguri fell silent immediately. Even Suzuha had never heard Mayuri use that tone of voice. That's how harshly she scolded her daughter. Her adopted daughter, anyway. Kaguri was quietly weeping, unmoving.
閉めるぞ。
it's time the hatch really did begin to close. The inside of the machine and the outside of it. The two worlds were about to be completely cut off from one another. Whether Suzuha's mission was successful or not, she would probably never see any of them again.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. And then the door was sealed shut, and Miyuri and Itaru's voices disappeared along with the chaos outside.
父さん大好き。
She whispered towards the door, now sealed shut.
行くよ、かがり。かっこええ。
She booted up the time machine.
橋田さん、掃除機はどこ？
Suzuha snapped back to reality. Yuki was getting closer to the development room she was hiding in. Ooh.
そのカーテンの危な
この奥？
ああ、僕が持ってくるよ。
Itaru motioned for her to stop and then quickly slid into her room. Or in the room. As he reached down to pick up the vacuum off the floor, his gaze locked with Suzuha's as she hid under the desk.
バレないようにしてよ、父さん。
オーキードーキー。
Okie dokie.
ありましたか？掃除機。
あ、うん。
Evidently, Yuki was trying to be nice by cleaning up. The place was pretty messy right now, knowing Yuki's personality. Suzuha could imagine she wanted to clean it. Itaru grabbed what looked like a vacuum cleaner off the floor and left the development room.
何ですか？それ。
未来ガジェット5号機。分解すれば普通の掃除機として使えるはず。
お掃除するための掃除機なのに分解したらかえって散らかすことになりません？橋田さんって頭がいいのに時々うっかりなことしますよね。
そうかな。
でもそういう人の方が私好きだな。
なんだと？
Itaru started to panic again, and Suzuha sighed.
ただ生活については見直した方がいいと思うんです。 お部屋の掃除はできれば毎日した方がいいですよ。ここ特にホコリっぽいですし。それだけじゃありません。食事のこともそうです。今日もカップ麺だったんでしょ？
なんで知ってるん？
お台所に食べ残したまま放置されてます。
なるほど。
それにお菓子もこんなにたくさん。食べ過ぎだっていつも言ってるのに。
一応気をつけてはいるのだぜ。
一応じゃダメです。あんまりカップ麺やお菓子ばかり食べてると病気になっちゃいますよ。あと少しは運動すること。
Yuki and Mana was saying the exact same thing that Suzuha had just said. they really were mother and child, perhaps. Suzuha was just beginning to feel a little homesick when she sensed another visitor approaching. Oh god. It's my Yuri! The door to the lab opened, and a greeting she heard many times before resounded throughout the room.
ごめんねユキさん、ちょっと遅れちゃった。
It was Mayuri coming to see Yuki, but there was another presence there too.
まゆりちゃん、こんにちは。岡部さんも一緒だったんですね。
Oh,
おかりん、久しぶりじゃん。
ああ、久しぶり。
when she heard his voice, Suzuha ground her teeth a little. Grounded her teeth a little. Switch perspectives back to Okabe. There we go. Okay.
興味深いわね。
Back to Amadeus.
なんだって？
聞こえなかった？興味深いと言ったの。
まさか行きたいとか言い出すんじゃないだろうな。
ぜひお願い。
話すべきじゃなかったな。
I was standing in the middle of Ikebukuro, or how you say that one, with a smartphone in one hand, staring up at the sky. Been trying to talk to the Amadeus Kurisu as much as possible lately. Sometimes I would contact her, and sometimes Kurisu would contact me. It didn't really feel any different than having a friend who lived in the real world. Talking on the smartphone in a crowded place like this was a little embarrassing, but I told myself that compared to the things I used to do, it was nothing. Yeah, I guess. I chose some harmless topics for our discussion. But it still reminded me so much of talking to the old Kurisu that I sometimes forgot myself. I done that just now. I done that just now when I accidentally told her about the lab. She had seized on it.
あんたが今話したそのラボ、オリジナルの私は行ったことが？
ああ、いや。
はっきりしないわね。どっち？
ないよ。
Never. It's true, actually. Kurisu had never been part of the lab in the Alpha World line. In this world line, she died before ever becoming a lab member. Of course, she never even known where it was.
お前は勘違いしているようだから言っておく。ラボと言ってもラボじゃない。ただのお遊びサークルだ。それに
Suzuha was living there right now, and Daru spent a lot of time there. If they found out about Kurisu, things could get complicated.
言いかけてやめないでほしいわけだが。
なんでもない。
いずれにせよ、外の世界をいろいろ見て回ってみたい。今までは先輩や教授と話す時も研究室の中ばかりだったから。
だからこうして日曜の朝っぱらから池袋を案内してやっているだろう。
10 a.m. Even at this hour, the area in front of Ikebukuro station was crowded. It was going to get even more crowded as it got closer to noon.
なんなら乙女ロードまで連れて行く覚悟はしていたんだけどな。
何よそれ？
お前の知らない世界が広がっている場所だな。
待って、今調べた。
本当に興味が湧いたか？
そんなわけあるか。とにかく今日はあんたのラボに連れて行ってよ。私に話して聞かせた以上、責任を取りなさい。よろしくね。
And then she hung up. It was like I was her own personal taxi service. Kurisu couldn't move around on her own, so there was no getting around that, but...
まったくわがままなやつめ。
She didn't seem to think very highly of me. At this rate, she might start treating me worse than a servant. The real Kurisu was one thing, or no, maybe it wasn't. Being treated that way by the artificial Kurisu was incredibly humiliating. Wouldn't it be an humiliation for all of humanity? I'd say that, it was weird.
これはなんとかすべきかもしれん。
As I mumbled to myself, oh,
あれオカリ
Miuri called out to me. She was carrying a lot of bags. It was probably materials for one of her costumes.
ねえねえ今誰かと話してなかった？
今のは大学のゼミの友達だ。
そっか今日も遊びに行くの？
いや今日は別に予定はない。まゆりはこれからバイトか？
ラボでユキさんと待ち合わせ。
ラボ。
Was this good timing or bad timing?
そうだオカリンも久しぶりに一緒に行かない？ユキさんの手料理も食べられるよ。それとねマユシーも頑張って作る予定なのでどうかな？
Yeah, sure. Of course. In the end, I went with her.
えへへ
ずいぶん嬉しそうだな。
嬉しいよ。
Mayuri had been smiling the whole time, but I was the opposite. The minute I got here, I was so nervous. I felt like I was about to throw up. I didn't really want to see Suzuha.
あおお、岡部じゃねえか。
Hey, it's Mr. Brown.
お、
Brown 2. The door to the Brawn 2 workshop opened on the first floor opened, and out came the building's owner, Yugo Tenuji.
店長さんてってる
おう。
T シャツ1枚で寒くないですか？
鍛えてるからな。
When I've been living in the lab, I've given him the nickname Mr. Brown. It's been a long time since I've seen him.
岡部、その様子じゃちゃんと大学生やってるみたいじゃねえか。
どうも。そういえば家賃ってどうしてるんだっけ？
I asked Mayuri instead of him. I used to give it directly to Tayunji, but
橋田がちゃんと振り込んでくれてるから安心しな。
そうですか。
おう。
this man, was he around it in this world line too? Oh yeah, I forgot. There's no way I could ask him. Ryan, Maho, how did things go with Kurisu after that? Can we just talk about her mouth? I want to talk to Maho too. Ooh. I want to press that one. I want to see what she says. Huh? What? No, absolutely not. Don't say that. Let me switch between the two of them. Not happening, not for you. Sorry, it was a joke. I didn't think you'd get so mad. If you knew your electronic double could be spilling secrets about your private life and you have no clue, it would freak you out too. I mean, I know it shouldn't happen, but it doesn't mean it won't. You're right. So can you let me switch between them? that's funny. Okay. There was no way I could ask him. I couldn't help but be wary of him. That's why I started to put some distance between us. If nothing else, I tried to avoid it to interact with him. Avoid
Jenna.
trying to interact with him.
あんま暴るんなよ。
Tyunji saw that I'd gone silent and went back inside. Oh crap.
大丈夫？
Yuri looked at me with a worried expression.
やっぱり帰る？
行こう。
Tyunji didn't matter. What mattered was why I was here. Why was I here? That's it. Did I feel like something needed to change? Or did I really want to show Kurusu the lab? Come on, show him! Went up the stairs, still unsure of the answer.
てってれー。
Mayuri went in first.
ごめんね、ゆきさん。ちょっと遅れちゃった。なゆりちゃん、こんにちは。
I peeked inside the room. Daru and Yuki were there. Their eyes went wide when they saw me.
岡部さんも一緒だったんですね。
It's with the grim music, man.
お
What's going
う、オ
on?
カリン、久しぶりじゃん。
It's a bit creepy.
ああ、久しぶり。
I quickly scanned the room. There was no sign of Suzuha. Part of me was a little relieved.
入っても。
自分のラボで遠慮と
But
か
we know
ね
where
え
she's
よ。
hiding.
それもそうか。さすがにこの状況でクリスを呼び出すことはできなさそうだな。
I followed my Yuri to the lab and tried to relax my legs by sitting on the couch, but I didn't feel relaxed at all. It felt like my skin was crawling. I glanced over at Yuki.
ゆきさん、そのお洋服かわいい。なゆりちゃんにそう言ってほしくて着てきたんだよ。いいなあ。まゆしーも着てみたいのです。後でお洋服取り替えっこしてみる？サイズ合うかな。
I heard about Yuki's future from Suzuha too. I still couldn't believe someone this pretty was going to marry Daru. Oh!
なんだ。
そろそろラボに着いた頃かと思って。
I ran into the development room in the back, clutching my smartphone. Suzuha's there!
お前結構暇なんだな。
どうして声を潜める？もしかして私のことをお友達には知られたくないとか？
当たり前だろ。
I hadn't even checked with Maho and Dr. Leskinen to see if it was okay to tell other people about Amadeus. That's true.
まあいいわ。状況はなんとなく理解した。
Kurusu lowered her voice as well.
少しでいいから部屋の中を見せて。カメラを掲げてくれるだけでいい。
まったく。
I sighed and held the smartphone up to my chest. I spun around once like I was taking a video with my camera.
汚すぎ。
最初の感想がそれか。
ごめん、言い直す。ガラクタだらけね。
gonna quickly. Oh no, don't do that. Where's the volume? Let's turn the voice up actually a little bit. It's better. Let's down a bit. There we go. Might be a bit low from your end. That wasn't much better. Well, if it was true.
研究室というのはどこも雑然となるものだけど、それにしてもこれはひどい。真帆先輩の下宿先といい勝負ね。
そういう個人のプライバシーを暴露してもいいのか？
あんたからも先輩に言っておいて、部屋はちゃんと片付けた方がいいって。
そんなこと言ったら噛みつかれそうだ。
でも
Chris paused and smiled.
こういうルームシェアみたいなの少し憧れてた。人が集まってるところを見ると居心地はいいんでしょうね。
クリス。
Yeah, Kurisu. In the alpha word line, you said the same thing.
お前は本当は？
おじさん、誰と話してるの？
Suddenly heard a girl's voice from under the desk and was so surprised I screamed.
誰だ？
黙って。
お前スザ
And was she hiding? But why? Daru, Mayuri, and Yuki heard me scream and ran over to see what the problem was. Oh god. Well done, Ocarine.
オカリン、どうしたの？あれ？そこにいるの、鈴葉さん？あっちゃー。
Suzuha looked upset. It was only then I realized who she was hiding from.
次のニュースです。明和党の駒沢康和衆議院議員が企業から不正献金を受けていた問題で、駒沢議員は今日10時から記者会見し、議員辞職する意向を表明しました。
Someone had left the TV on and was playing the afternoon news. Suzuha knew no one was watching it, but she used the remote to turn the volume up anyway. Okay. She wanted to keep the girls in the shower room from hearing us. I could hear Mayuri and Yuki laughing from the shower. Things had gotten really awkward when Yuki had found Suzuha, but Mayuri quickly came up with a plan. At first, our plan was for the three of them, including Suzuha, to shower naked together and hopefully get Yuki and Suzuha more comfortable around each other. Come on, Mayuri, no! This is mother and daughter. But Suzuha said that shower room was too small for 3 people and refused. My god.
参ったな。
Suzuha was staring up at the ceiling.
鈴葉のせいじゃないよ。オカリンが悪いんだ。
ダルが事前に教えてくれなかったからだろ。
教えるタイミングなんてなかったじゃん。つうかオカリンさ、スマホ片手にブツブツ喋ってたけど何してたん？
それはその
誰かと話してたよね。
そういうアプリがあって試しに使ってみたんだ。
おお、ギャルゲっぽいやつ。オカリもそういうのやるようになったのか。
Yes, yeah, it was a go game.
そういうことなら後で僕のおすすめアプリ教えるお。
I guess I managed to fool them out, fool them about Amadeus.
何にせよ、私がうかつだったよ。おじさん、さっきは驚かせてごめん。
そもそも 彼女から隠れる必要があるのか？すでにダルの妹で通っているんだから、コソコソする方が逆に怪しまれるだろう。
Suzuha had tried to avoid Yuki to begin with. Just meeting her father was enough to potentially cause a time paradox, she said, and that chance went up even more if she met her mother. But Yuki had found her before long, and Suzuha had been forced to say she was Daru's little sister. Yuki believed it, so what made things any more complicated?
そうなんだけど、母さんが思った以上に私と仲良くなりたがるんだ。あまり会話しすぎるとボロが出かねない。
自分とよく似てる人間が現れたら嫌悪するか興味を示すかのどちらかだろうな。
And Yuki Amane was the latter.
嫌われた方がずっと楽だよ。
いっそ事実を打ち明けるわけにもいかないか。
Right now, only a few people knew that Suzuha was a time traveler. Me, Daru, Mayuri, and Ferris. That was all.
つうか、このまま何も説明しなくていいんじゃね？天音氏はなんつうか、秘密とか無理に聞きたがるような人じゃないと思うんだよね。鈴葉ならよくわかってるんじゃないか？
確かに未来の母さんはそんな人じゃなかったけど。
じゃあ大丈夫だって。いずれ時が来たら僕からちゃんと説明しとくよ。
本当？
ああ。
わかった。父さんに任せる。
Suzuha nodded.
で今後は天音氏を露骨に避けるのやめるっつうことで。
うまくやれるかどうか自信ない。
大丈夫だって。
お前が言うなって話だけどな。さっきだって相変わらず苦手意識出しまくってたじゃないか、お前。
僕のことは今はどうでもいいっしょ。
And then the conversation came to a halt, which meant we started thinking about the voices coming from the shower room.
つうわけで。
Daru opened his mouth, but perhaps he couldn't take it anymore.
ニコ生見てもいいかな？ブラチューの生特番があるんだ。
不許可って言っても主張するんでしょ？じゃあどうぞ。
Suzuha sighed, and Daru sat in front of the PC and put his headphones on.
何？おじさん。
いや、仲のいい親子だと思ってさ。
そうかな。
ああ、未来でもダルはこんな感じだったんだろ。
もっと痩せててかっこよかったけどね。
想像もつかないな。
And the conversation died again. There were a ton of things I needed to talk to Suzuha about, but that was why I couldn't say a word. Maybe it was the same for her. Since there was nothing else to do, Suzuha and I turned back to the TV. The news was still on.
今日、東京銀座でフランスのファッションブランドル・パラディのオープニングイベントが行われました。
As the newscaster spoke, I could see over 100 women lined up in front of a store.
平和だね。私が物心ついた頃にはすでにこんな光景は存在しなかった。
On the TV, a girl in a pretty outfit was talking to an interviewer.
羨ましいな。彼女たちは誰も殺さなくていいし、誰にも殺されないんだね。 私が育った時代はさ、相手が男だろうと女だろうと容赦なく殺さなきゃいけなかったんだ。次の瞬間には自分の命が終わるかもしれない。そんな恐怖が寝ても覚めてもつきまとってた。恐怖を忘れるためには狂気に身を任せて自分が殺す側に回るしかなかったよ。
That was war. That was Suzuha's life. I've been to many nightmarish world lines, but none of them were that bad.
父さんたちはタイムマシンのことで反政府組織とみなされてね。
Daru had made the time machine that brought Suzuha here. It was far more powerful than one that existed in the Alpha world line. Oh, then the one
私も
that...
軍から離脱して父さんたちに加わったから、警察や治安部隊に追われることになった。それからはもっともっとひどい戦闘が何度もあったよ。正義のための戦いなんて綺麗な言葉は使いたくない。たくさん殺したし、友達や仲間も大勢殺された。その中には私の母さんもいた。
Daru was still staring at the computer screen, but I could see him twitch. He must have been listening to Suzuha while he pretended to look at the screen.
軍の無人機から私を守ろうとして機銃掃射で死んだよ。
This was the first time I heard how Yuki Amane died. She was in the next room right now, having fun in the shower, and that was how she was going to die?
この目でズタズタにされていく母さんを見た。この全身で母さんの生温かい血を浴びた。
Maybe the reason Suzuha didn't want to talk to her mother in 2010 was that she didn't want her asking about the future. There was no way Suzuha could tell her that.
ねえ、おかりおじさん。
At some point, Suzuha's eyes had started to overflow with tears.
この世界線の行き着く先は地獄しかないんだ。今すぐじゃなくていい。時間切れにはまだ少しだけ時間があると思う。だからもう一度だけ考えてお願い。お願いだよ。
俺は
I knew it. In my mind, I knew it. The right thing to do was to do as she asked. But nope. PTSD.
死にたくないよ。
Oh God. The sensation I felt when the knife slipped into her flesh and I took the life of the girl I loved. It went from my hand to my arm and then to the rest of my body, and I started shaking. My vision blurred and almost went black. My hands went to my mouth. There was a wave of pain like my stomach was turning inside out.
おじさん、
大丈夫かおかりん。悪い。
Suzuha poured me a cup of water and I gulped it down.
ごめん。こんなことまだ話すんじゃなかった。
いや、大したことない。大丈夫だ。
I sank into the sofa and tried to calm down.
鈴葉の言いたいことも気持ちもよくわかるんだけど、俺は何度も世界線を漂流してきた。こことは違う世界線でタイムマシンに運命を翻弄される人たちを見てきた。
Look straight into Suzuha's eyes.
お前の非業の結末さえ見てきた。俺自身もそれに巻き込まれて何もかも無力だってことを知った。
Humanity was powerless before the laws of this world.
タイムマシンを使って世界線を改変するのはこの宇宙の仕組みから逸脱することだ。俺たち人間が手を出していい領域じゃない。いわば神の領分なんだ。それに触れれば俺たちはもっともっと残酷な罰を受けることになる。俺はそう思う。
それがオカリンおじさんの答えなの？
少なくとも今はな。
そう。
ただの逃げだとなじってくれてもいい。
うん、そんなことしないよ。
Suzuha looked up at the ceiling and sighed. That must have been a habit she picked up lately.
続いてのニュースです。厚生労働省はアメリカで猛威を振るっている新型の脳炎ウイルスについて、今のところ日本国内での発症例は報告されていないと発表しました。ただこの新型脳炎は潜伏期間が長いことから、すでに国内に上陸している可能性も否定できないとして、感染症法に基づき全国の医療機関に対して新型脳炎対策と感染症発生動向の速やかな調査を指示しました。ここからはお茶の水医科大学の春山壮子教授にお話を伺います。春山さん、この新型の脳炎というのは具体的にはどのような症状が出るものなのでしょうか？
新型脳炎は感染力は弱いのですが、潜伏期間が長く突然発症します。症状としては幻覚や記憶障害が主ですね。例えばそうですね、会社で仕事をしていたはずなのに気がつくと家にいたりですとか、会ったこともない人に会った記憶があるというような症例が報告されています。
Interesting. Is that like reading Steiner?
あとは実際には発生していない事件が起こった覚えがあるなどといった記憶の混乱も現れているようです。夢と現実の区別ができなくなったり、時間感覚を失ったり、周りの人と記憶が一致しなくなるので錯乱状態に陥ったり、いわゆる寝ぼけているような状態、デジャブのようなものと言えますが、もっと症状がはっきりしています。
治療法についてはいかがでしょう？
他の脳炎と違いまして、適切な治療を受ければ比較的速やかに完治することが分かっています。ですので、もし国内で感染者が出たとしても、それほど恐れることはないと思いますよ。
The reporter was still talking, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. The information I just heard was that shocking. A new kind of Incapacitatus? New symptoms she was describing: losing the ability to discriminate between dreams and reality, losing your sense of the passage of time, your memories no longer match those of the people around you. That was exactly the same as reading Steiner. Damn right it is. Suzuha back. So we are switching. We are constantly switching. I thought it was just introductions, but I guess not. 1975, 13th of August, 1 p.m. The interior of the time machine smelled like metal and was covered in instruments of different sizes. The girl inside was sobbing. It had been almost an hour since Suzuha had left to go look around. She assumed that Kagari would have stopped crying by then, but she had no such luck.
いつまで泣いてるつもりだ。しっかりしなきゃダメだ。まゆ姉さんの気持ちを考えろ。
Kagari Shinya looked up at Suzuha, her face wet with tears.
だから泣くんじゃない。鬱陶しい。
Suzuha walked over to Kagari and knelt down, so they'd be at eye level. She had no intention of spoiling her. Her goal was to save billions of lives, and this was her first mission.
いいか、これからはカガリもワルキューレの一員とみなす。私の部下として扱う。非戦闘員じゃないからな。ここは1975年だ。知ってる人間は誰もいない。父さんもマユ姉さんも出生してない。つまり誰も守ってくれないんだ。自分の身を守るのは自分だけだと思え。いいな。
Kagari was a brave girl, and she finally realized that now wasn't the time for tears. She tried to stop crying. It wasn't working well, but it was a lot better for her emotions than sobbing. She was a smart girl. Suzuha knew that.
あまり時間がない。この時代の人間にタイムマシンが見つかったら大騒ぎだ。
The machine had landed on the roof of the radio building, which wasn't a spot that people visited often. The chances of anyone finding it were slim. But in this era, they had no one to help them conceal it. That meant they couldn't stay long. She needed to finish her mission quickly and move to the next time period.
何か失敗したら、またタイムマシンで時間を戻ればいいんじゃないの？燃料の問題があるんだ。ジャンプできる回数は無限じゃない。肝心の場面で動作しなかったら話にならない。そうなんだ。立てるか？
Suzuha stepped out of the machine and beckoned to Kagari. Kagari looked surprised. Her eyes were narrowed at the bright sunlight. The sky above Tokyo in this time period was too dirty to be called blue. Smoke and dust clouds filled with who know what were rising from the rows of smokestacks, that all combined with black exhaust from the cars that scurried along the ground to create a smog so thick you could literally see it. The sky above the city was covered by a veil of death. But still, it was the first clear sky that Kagari had ever seen. She only ever known from books and videos that the sky could be this bright. The nuclear weapons used during the Third World War had changed the weather over Tokyo, and their sky was constantly covered in the dull grey clouds. The sunlight was always weak when it shone through them, and it was never this bright.
私が子供の頃はまだこんな感じの空だった。少しだけど覚えてるよ。
Suzuha looked up at the sky too.
空気が美味しい。
In 2036, she needed a filter and a mask to go outside for any length of time. Compared to that, 1975 was a lot cleaner.
わかるだろ、かがり。父さんたちがどうして世界線の改変に全てをかけていたのか。世界線がどうとか、歴史がどうとか、そんな理屈は後でいい。今はただ、この空の色を守りたいと思えば。
Kagari slipped her hand into her pocket and took out the faded green Upa keychain. She stared at it with a sad look on her face. She was probably thinking about Mayuri, her mother. and she was probably trying to understand what it meant that her mother had put her inside the time machine. Suzuha decided that Kaguri was alright now and closed the hatch on the time machine from the outside. The lock flipped on automatically. The only person who could open it now was Suzuha, whose biometrics had been loaded into the system ahead of time. Even if someone did find the machine, it would be a while before they found out what it was.
かがり、これを見ろ。
Oh. Suzuha handed a printout of a photo. It's the IBM. IBM.
これ何？ IBN5100 っていうレトロ PC だ。
5100.
私たちの時代に存在していたものはどれも満足に動かない。けどこの時代なら感動品が入手できる。これを手分けして探すのが私とお前の最初のミッションだ。うん。連絡はこれで。
She handed Kaguri a small transceiver.
通信できる距離はかなり短いらしいから気休め程度だと思え。オーキードーキー。90分ごとにこのビルの前に集合。状況を確認。それを繰り返す。いいな。オーキードーキー。いい返事だ。
Suzuha nodded and patted Kaguri on the head.
よし、ミッション開始。
Suzuha was on the top of the radio building in 2010, looking down.
35年か。
That's how long ago it'd been in real time since she'd spoken to Kaguri here. From her perspective, it had only been a few months. The view from up here had changed a lot since then, and then in the next 26 years, it would change even more. She'd seen for herself how this building changed for over a span of 6. The thought didn't make her feel sentimental. Instead, she felt the loneliness and fear that comes from having a past not shared with anyone else. Using the time machine to change the world lines means breaking the rules of the universe. Okabe Rintaro's words flashed through her mind. Still, lately, she'd been thinking more about Kaguri. She'd been searching the city at regular intervals. She was looking for Kaguri Shinya. She didn't even know if she was in Tokyo. She had no clues. She didn't even know what Kaguri looked like now. So maybe it was a waste of time. Even so, she had to find Kaguri herself. But she hadn't had any better luck today. She turned around and looked toward the time machine. She would come here every day. Her primary reason for coming was to see if her father, Hashida Itaru, had been here. Anytime she let her guard down, he would come to try and examine it. She told him it would cause a time paradox, but he didn't listen. She needed to keep constant watch. To be honest, she had a lot of things she had to do. And then she heard the metal door to the roof open. Was it her dad? She squinted into the darkness, but the person she saw was much smaller than Itaru and had cat ears coming from out their head. Oh, it's Ferris.
いたいた。すずにゃん、こんばんはだにゃん。なんだ、ルミ姉さんか。
Ferris Nanyan had a spring in her step as she approached Suzuha.
ルミ姉さんって誰のことかにゃ？フェイリスはフェイリスにゃ。ルミ姉さんはルミ姉さんだよ。
Ferris's real name was Rumiho Akira. Akira. She was Daru's friend and helped him them in many different ways in 2036. So Suzuha had known her ever since she was very young, and always called her Big Sis Rumi. For whatever reason, in this era, she always wanted to be called Ferris though. When Suzuha asked why, she simply responded, "Ferris is Ferris, nia," an answer which meant nothing to Suzuha.
ラボに誰もいなかったからこっちかなと思ったら正解だったにゃ。はい、差し入れ。余り物で悪いんやけど。
Ferris showed her a cake box with the logo from the maid cafe where she worked. May Queen Nian Squared. I'm sure it's squared.
父さんがラボに不在でよかったよ。
If he ate something like that at this hour, he'd get even fatter.
ダルニャンじゃなくてスズニャンへの差し入れにゃ。私に？なんで？にゃふふ、好きなくせに。
Mid the mic over here, there we go. Ferris grinned and nudged Suzuha in the side with her elbow.
私は別に。アップルタルトにモンブラン、あとイチゴのショートケーキもあるにゃ。ほら、おいしそうだにゃ。
Ferris opened the box and showed her what was inside. Suzuha could smell the sweet cream and fruit.
さあ、今すぐおいしく食べるといいにゃ。心置きなく食べるといいにゃ。ほら、あんして。その可愛いお口に食べさせてあげるにゃ。冷蔵庫にしまって明日食べる。すずにゃんはストイックにゃ。
Ferris laughed and handed over the box.
賞味期限は明日だから明日中に食べなきゃダメにゃぞ。ありがとう。どういたしまして。
Ferris gave her a mischievous wink and looked up at the time machine beside him.
ダルニャンのタイムマシン研究の方はどうかにゃ。頑張ってはいるみたい。ルミ姉さん、このマシンまだここに置いておいても。
Suzuha looked around the roof as she asked. It was solely thanks to Ferris that no one had really noticed the massive object on the roof. She was the heir to a rich family that had a lot of influence in this area and had contributed a lot to the development of Akihabara. She was helping to hide the time machine.
このフロアというか屋上はフェイリスが借り上げちゃったから平気にゃ。オーナーさんには体感ゲームの研究をしてるって言ってあるにゃ。ちょっと苦しいわけにゃけど助かるよ。
I see, okay.
気にしないでいいにゃ。この世界のエレメンタルを売薬兵たちの魔の手から救うためならフェイリスはいつでも協力するにゃ。
What's Byaki?
そう昔から、いや今からしたら未来か思ってたんだけどさ。ルミ姉さんの話って時々すごく難しくなるんだよね。一体何語？考えるんじゃない、感じるのにゃ。いいやいいや。寒いにゃ。フェイリスはお家に帰ろうかにゃ。
In the end, she never could get an answer. To Suzuha, Ferris was always a great mystery.
送っていくよ。一緒に出よう。にゃ、それじゃあついでにうちでご飯も食べてくといいにゃ。そういうつもりで言ったわけじゃないんだけど。どうせ普段大したもの食べてないにゃ。スズニャンのストイックさを見てるとフェイリスがなんとかしてあげにゃきゃーって思っちゃうにゃ。保護欲？母性？とにかくそういうのがかきたてられるのにゃ。 私は大丈夫だから。
Before she finished her sentence, she felt someone looking at her. She glanced around.
にゃ、どうしたのにゃ。
She listened carefully. She definitely heard a very faint sound from the direction of the metal door that led up the stairs, or led up to the stairs. It was small enough that Suzuha was only able to notice it because of her training.
誰かいる。にゃにゃ。多分話を聞かれた。
Most of the discussion was worthless, but they talked about the time machine a little. If someone heard that... Suzuha yanked her gun out of her jacket and in an instant ran towards the stairs as fast as she could. She heard someone running down the stairs as soon as she did. The sound, heavy material boots in a wide stride, got further and further away. Interesting. Wow.
早い。
Okay. She opened up the door and jumped onto the landing. Then she raced down the stairs, skipping 3 steps with every stride. But still, it wasn't fast enough. Suzuha was born fast and she'd been trained to be faster, but it wasn't enough. When she finally made it to the 2nd floor, she could hear the loud revving of a motorcycle.
まず。
She panicked and slipped an object that had been left halfway up the stairs and rolled her way to the bottom. She managed to get into the right position and protect her head, so it was her hips that struck the ground. What's going on? She forced herself to stand up and run outside. She could see the tail lights of a large motorcycle speeding away. The driver was wearing a black helmet and riding suit, and were already a good distance away, so she couldn't even tell if they were a man or a woman. They revved their engine loudly as if to mock her, and then spun a corner and disappeared onto the center street. Oh shit. Which means they've been caught.
すずにゃん。
How did you get down here? A little later, Ferris caught up.
大丈夫かにゃ。逃げられた。それしまった方がいいにゃ。
Oh yeah, the gun. She put the gun in her hands back in her jacket holster and brushed away hair that sweat had struck to her brow.
今の誰にゃ。わからない。けど一般人じゃない。訓練されてると思う。訓練？階段に何か落ちてなかった？バッグが転がってたにゃ。ちょうど死角になる位置だった。多分わざと落としたんだよ。しかも私がそこを通るタイミングでエンジンを空ぶかしした。見事に引っかかったよ。トラップってことかにゃ。ああいうことがとっさにできるっていうのは特殊な訓練を受けてるからだ。じゃなきゃ無理。
Suzuha glared in the direction of the bike disappeared and started to think. Who was it? CERN? It was the unofficial CERN group, the Rounders, that were searching for IBM 5100s in Akihabara. Okabe Rintaro had told her that, but he'd only encountered them in another world line.
誰かはわからない
Still
け
be
ど、
them?
私たちの他にタイムマシンのことを知ってる奴がいるのは間違いない。
Was it that they knew about it but weren't going to do anything more? Or did they intend to steal the time machine from her? Since she didn't know, she had to assume the worst, or she wouldn't be prepared to deal with it. She looked up to the sky and sighed. It was becoming a bad habit.
ねえ、ルミ姉さん。このことはオカリンおじさんには内密にしておいて。なんで？今のオカリンおじさんが知ったらタイムマシンを破壊しろって言いかねない。 危険だからってでしょ。そうにゃけど、私は絶対にマシンを守るよ。シュタインズゲートの入り口へオカリンおじさんを連れて行かなきゃいけないんだから。それが未来の父さんとの、私をここに送り出してくれた人たちみんなとの約束だからさ。すずにゃ。わかったにゃ。その代わりダルニャにだけはちゃんと話しておくこと。オーキードーキー。
Okie dokie. The last part was almost a whisper as her words melted into Akihabara's sky. Maho! Maho Hiajo was fidgeting. She knew exactly why, but still didn't want to admit it.
魔法、準備はできたかい？
はい。
She awkwardly stood up from the chair as Dr. Leskinen spoke to her.
何ですか？
少しはおめかしするかと思ったんだが、魔法はマイペースだね。
Dr. Leskinen stared at her for a moment and then spoke. It was obvious he was referring to her outfit.
この前みたいにパーティーに出席するわけじゃないんですから。
あの時だって白衣のままだったじゃないか。
あれは服を忘れたんです。
そうだったね。
Dr. Leskinen was wearing his translator all the time these days. In fact, he actually had told Maho to talk to him in Japanese.
さて、クリスとリンタロウはどういう関係を築いているかな？会うのが楽しみだよ。
Lintalo. Maho and Dr. Leskinen were about to head into Tokyo proper. They were to meet Okabe Rintaro there. It had been 2 weeks since they first asked him to test Amadeus. It was time for the first report. Of course, that was the reason Maho was fidgeting. She was nervous to meet Okabe. No, to see Kurusu for the first time in a while. That's what it was, yeah. Of course, Maho was able to talk to Kurusu anytime she wanted, but since she asked Okabe to be a tester, she tried to avoid any doing as much as possible. She didn't want her conversations to add any extra noise.
教授、出発する前に一つ聞いても。
Okay.
なんなる意図？
なぜ岡部さんなんですか？
Maho had wanted to ask Dr. Leskinen that for a long time. If she was going to ask it though, now was the time. Dr. Leskinen thought for a minute.
嫉妬しているのかい、魔法？
それは。
She felt heat flush her face. Wait, she felt heat flush her face. That's not right. That's messed up. That can't be correct. She felt heat flush her face. That's not right. In other words, he was right. Yeah, she was jealous of Okabe. Not that she wanted to admit it.
正直納得はしていません。クリスの話し相手なら他にも適任がいたはずです。
例えば君とか？
そうは言いません。私はクリスともアマデウスとも近すぎますから。
リンタロウはいい青年だよ。
本気でそう信じているなら教授はお人よしです。人の本質を一度会っただけで理解することなんて不可能ですよ。もし彼が私たちに隠れて他の研究者にアマデウスを売り渡してしまったら、最初はそのつもりはなかったとしてもお金を前にしたら気持ちが揺らぐことだってあります。それが人間というものです。
仮にリンタロウがエムデウスを撃ったとしよう。それでどうなるかな？アクセス権を手に入れた何者かはクリスと仲良くなってエムデウスそのものを乗っ取ったりできるかな？
それは
Maho asked herself that question and then realized the chance was almost zero.
ありえません。
そう、ありえない。なぜならそんな事態になればクリスの方が対話を拒否するだろうからね。エムデウスはそういう意味でとても面倒くさいシステムだよ。なかなかこちらの思い通りには動いてくれない。もちろんエムデウスが説得される可能性もあるだろうけれど、そのために私はモデルとなる人格にクリスと魔法を選んだとも言えるわけでね。
Dr. Leslie gave her a mischievous wink.
私もクリスも気難しいですからね。そうやすやすと説得はされないでしょう。
She knew he was teasing her, so she decided to say it.
いかにも君たちは本当に容赦ない。これぞ最強のセキュリティだよ。
けなされているように聞こえるんですが、
君たちは我が研究室が誇る最強のレディーさ。
Dr. Leslie laughed happily. It always had a childlike innocence about him.
いずれにせよエムデウスの AI は一筋縄ではいかないわけでね。だからこそ面白いとも言える。そんな彼女たちを身内だけで独占していても進歩はないだろう。エムデウスが劇的な進化を遂げるための起爆剤のようなものがちょうど欲しいと考えていたところなんだ。しかもなるべく研究とは無関係な人物に預けてかった。ウィンターローは聡明だし適任だと思ったんだ。クリスの友人でもあったわけだし。とりあえず今日の報告次第で判断してもいいんじゃないか。クリスがウィンターローと過ごしてどう変化したのかを見極めてからだね。私たちが見たことのないような意外な一面を覗かせてくれるかもしれないよ。
Well, if he's still holding Kyoma, then I'll say yeah, but...
はい。
That was what was making her nervous. Curious to change into someone she didn't know, that would make her sad.
そろそろ時間だ。出よう。
Maho nodded. Back to Okabe! Hey, got to the shrine, Yanabashi Shrine. I walked onto the grounds of the Yanabashi Shrine and quietly took a look around. Several cats were sunbathing beneath the cold winter sky, and there was no sign of anyone else. Luca wasn't back from school yet. Okay, I could talk to Kurusu without anyone staring at me here. I was supposed to meet Dr. Leskinen and Maho after this. Before that happened, I wanted to confirm something with Kurusu. I decided to start the app. Quick save. Whenever I talked to Kurusu, I needed to pay attention to where I was. People would stare if I did it in a crowded place. And I couldn't do it around my family or anyone I knew. In that sense, with the exception of the fact that Luca and Mayuri might show up, Yanabashi Shrine wasn't a bad spot. Connect to Kurusu.
ハロー。
話がある。
今日はこの後教授や先輩に会う予定なのよね。その件について。
ああ。
緊張する必要はないんじゃない？基本的にはログを提出して、あとはあんたから見た私がどんな印象だったのか軽く聞かれるぐらいだと思う。
それだ。 ログだよ。それを聞きたかった。もしかしてこれまでの会話は全部記録されてるのか？
最初に話したでしょ。私は私以外アクセス不可の領域にログを取っているって聞いてなかった？
Oh.
それを今回教授とヒアジョーさんに提出するのか？
多分そう。
ということはプライベートのことをお前に喋ろうものならヒアジョーさんやレスキネン教授に筒抜けっていうことか？
あんたね、今更
Yeah, it was a little late. Kurusu and I had been talking for 2 weeks. My God, I should have asked this about this when I got the access key for Amadeus.
今日になって気づい
I
た
just
んだ。
realized today.
なあ、俺これまでに何かまずいことを話さなかったか？
例えば合コンでろくに女の子と話せなかったこととか実家が八百屋さんなのにナスが嫌いなこととか。
ナスは嫌いなんじゃない。苦手なだけだ。
If that was all, I don't really care. I didn't really care.
あんたが最初に私と話した時にクリスティーナって呼んだこととか。
Christina.
それについては忘れてくれ。
人の記憶は曖昧で時間が経てば経つほど主観が入り混じるし物語が付与されていく。その内容がポジティブかネガティブかに関係なく印象的な言葉しか思い出さないことも多い。それに引きずられて前後の会話の記憶はねじ曲げられていく。
Okay. What was she talking about?
それが悪いことだと言ってるわけじゃない。人の記憶というのはそういうものなんだから。
Okay.
でもアマデウスは人じゃない。まだ研究段階の不完全な AI よ。これは教授たちにとって大きな壁の一つなんだけど、実は人の持つ曖昧さをアマデウスはまだ完全には再現できていない。
Interesting. I see.
あ？
Huh?
つまりね、忘れるという脳の高度な機能、それを完璧には模倣できてないってこと。
Let's check on the stream for a second. Sorry about that. Just wanted to make sure.
でも ATF でのレスキネン教授の講演だとアマデウスは不必要なことは忘れてしまうって。
ええ、確かに忘れるわ。けど言ったでしょ。私たちはまるで秘密の日記のようにログを取ってるって。結局その中には全ての情報が残ってしまってるわけ。そしてそれをロードしてくれば忘却したはずのデータは私の記憶に戻ってきてしまう。 OK？
In other words, asking her to forget was a waste of time.
代替案はログを消すことだけど、私にとってログはバックアップだから絶対無理。仮に1箇所だけ消去しても同じ。前後の文脈を参照してその不自然に消去された箇所を自動的に修復してしまう。それでも何とか記憶を改ざんしたいというのなら大元のプログラムそのものをいじるしかない。
I didn't have that level of access, and I didn't understand how the program worked at all. So basically, until I told Kurusu why I called her Christina, she was going to keep asking. What a pain.
で、どうしてクリスティーナ？
本当に引き下がらないな。今すぐ通話を切ってもいいんだぞ。
そうやって逃げたって今説明した通り私は忘れない。はぐらかされるとかえって気になってしょうがなくなるのよね。それともあえてそうすることで 私に構ってほしいっていう合図を送ってる？
Could be.
かまってちゃんはお前だろう。こっちが大学の講義を受けてる最中でもお構いなしで連絡してくるくせに。それだけじゃなく LINE でまでコメントしまくってきて好奇心旺盛すぎる。そんな調子で無邪気に首を突っ込むといつか痛い目を見るぞ。
研究者はそれぐらいじゃないとやっていけないのよ。
She got mad at me.
そんなにクリスティーナの件が気になるなら推論でも立ててみたらどうだ？
一応いくつかの可能性は考えてはみた。聞いて。
She's really into this.
可能性その1。あんたはクリスティーナ・なんちゃらという名前のハリウッド女優が好きである。
Nope.
自分がハリウッド女優並みの美貌の持ち主だとでも？
Ooh. Let's go
見た
back.
目は関係ない。同じ名前の人に親近感を持つのと似たような意味よ。
つまりこう言いたいわけか。私は岡部倫太郎から親近感を持たれている。
単なる例え話でしょ。言葉通りに受け止めないで。
冗談だよ。
Whenever I talk to Kurisu, I always wanted to tease her. I needed to watch out.
可能性その2。あんたが昔付き合っていた彼女が外国人でクリスティーナっていう名前だった。
Almost.
これについてはあんたの絶望的な英語力を聞く限り絶対にないわね。
もしかしたら日本語ペラペラの金髪ブロンド美女と付き合っていたかもしれないだろう。
もしかしたの？沈黙は敗北を認めることと同意よ。
すいません。
可能性その3。オリジナルの私と面識があって直接あるいは間接的にそう呼んでいた。
Wow, that one's actually correct. She guessed it.
これも確率低いでしょうね。そんな風に呼ばれたら私ならこう答える。ティーナってつけるな。
Yeah, that was exactly right. She got it right. Wow. That's exactly what Kurisu said. But I didn't stop because
照れくさかったんだ。
the genius name Makise Kurisu was the person I always wanted to be.
どういうこと？
素直に名前を呼べないから照れ隠しであえて茶化した言い方をした。
照れくさい？
ああ、オリジナルだけじゃなくてお前と話すのもだ。
私？
何しろモニターの中にいる女の子と話すなんて一度もない経験だったから。
Ask Daru. Daru has done lots of times. Isn't that every single day?
それはどうも。
Well, she's blushing.
ん？なんで赤くなってるんだ？
赤くなんてなってないし。ただ女の子扱いされるなんて思ってもみなかったからちょっとびっくりしただけで。
Even that reaction was just like Kurisu.
俺はお前のそういうところが好き。
Okabe, what are you doing? I shuddered. What was I about to say? This was a 3D model on a screen, a tiny collection of zeros and ones in the shape of a human. What was I about to say to her?
ねえ、聞いてもいい？
I was getting too close to her.
私たち知り合いだったのよね。
Yep.
つまりあんたとオリジナルの私がっていう意味だけど。
Yep.
答えたくないならそれでいいけど、どういう関係だったの？少し興味ある。
Ooh, I don't think it's a good thing to answer.
クリスティーナって呼ばれても私は怒らなかった？怒ったけれどそれでも笑っているした。
The second one, the latter one? Oh God. Stop showing it. Don't want to see it. I was hit with a violent urge to throw up. God. I could see Kurisu in front of me, covered in blood. She was looking at me, her eyes cold. That is definitely new. Well, she obviously didn't say that, but that's what he, in his mind, he feels like she feels, because he did kill her. Oh God.
どうしたの？ねえ、顔が真っ青。
I touched the smartphone and ended the call. Ooh, wow. Then I became too dizzy to stand. Oh my God. I tried to throw up, but nothing came out. My hands were shaking. That's right. I can't change reality. But there I was, trying to talk to Kurisu like nothing had happened. I was treating her like the real Kurisu, and trying to avert my eyes from what I'd done. I was just clinging to Kurisu. This is wrong. I shouldn't talk to Kurisu anymore. The call was from Kurisu.
Nanda?
なんだじゃない。急に切るなんて失礼。どうかしたの？
なんでもない。
でもひどい顔色してるじゃない。
本当になんでもない。放っておいてくれ。しばらく連絡してこないでくれると助かる。
あまり無理せずに誰か知り合いに連絡しなさいよ。それじゃ。
Kurisu gave up easier than I expected. Maybe she realized that as an artificial intelligence, there was nothing she could do. Realized? I was making it sound like a real person. And the second that thought crossed my mind, I almost saw an image of a bloody hand. I gritted my teeth and waited for it to pass. I should really turn my smartphone off until I calmed down a little. The phone went silent. I slowly stood up. You gave me a choice then, I didn't have to do it. If Lucas saw me like this, he'd worry. I should get out of here. I was staggering a little, but I could walk. I felt very thirsty. Whew, that was a weird experience. I gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water and caught my breath. There was still a little time before my meeting. I wanted to get some air up here and recover a little. I looked down over the scenery below the overpass. The city was in the Christmas spirit. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. It was the exact opposite of me. I took more deep breaths. It still felt like I wanted to throw up. I was getting a headache too. If I went to Dr. Leskinen like this, I'm sure I worried him. And then I realised that the two girls coming up the stairs were looking at me. I peered into the late afternoon darkness to try and make out their faces. One of them, the girl with the short haircut, waved. Oh, this is the, what was it? Fubuki is her name? And Kaede, that's what it was. The girl with the short haircut.
こんにちは。
ああ、まゆりの友達の。
They were Mayuri's friends and fellow cosplayers. I think their cosplay names were Kaede and Fubuki. I didn't know their real names. Which was Kaede and which was Fubuki again. You forgot.
大丈夫ですか？具合悪そうですけど。
ああ、大丈夫。
If I made them worry here and they talked to Mayuri, it would cause a big fuss. I didn't want her to worry about me, and when she didn't have to. I shouldn't have come back to Akihabara anyway. I've run into people I knew just walking through town. I should have gone toward Kanda when I left the shrine.
オカリンさんっていつもなんだか辛そうに見えます。
そうか。
そうだよ。ふぶきちゃん。そんなオカリンさんを見てるマユシーも辛そうで、私もオカリンさんとマユシーのこと見てると泣きそうになって。って私何言ってんだろう。
This Fubuki girl must really care about Mayuri. I felt a little better after hearing that.
オカリンさんの好きな人って誰ですか？
What? The girl I like? Why would she ask that? An image of Kurusu appeared in the corner of my eye again. Oh, PTSD. The feeling in my hands when I took her life came back. Oh god, man, this is not good for Okabe. It's really bad for him now. It's constant, one after the other. Just can't catch a break. No. Calm down.
オカリンさん。ごめんなさい。失礼なこと聞いちゃって。私。
Oh. What? What? What the hell just happened? Did we just time leap? Did we literally just... The convergence changed? It was 1.1 I think, and it went 1.06. Oh shit. I'm gonna save it quickly actually first. Save it on there. Stray Sheep it's called. Hang on, let me put my jumper on. It's time to get cold in here. Before we continue. There we go. That's better. Let's put these back on. Alright, let's continue. The sky was red-black, dotted with columns of thick black smoke. There was so much rubble I couldn't find a place to stand. Oh, excuse me. Screams, gunshots, and the stench. Everyone in this world knew what this smell was. It was the smell of burning. Houses, buildings, cars, motorcycles, trees, grass, and humans. It was the smell of all of them burning together. Something thin and black poked from between the piles of rubble. It was a hand. The hand, unmoving, stretched up towards the sky. No, that wasn't the only one. Everywhere I looked, I saw hands, legs, and heads. Parts of what were once human beings were strewn across the ground. I heard a distant gunshot. A shout. Silence. Nothing changed. Just one more body lying on the ground. The world was ending. And at last people understood. This wasn't the afterlife. This was the real world. Hell. Yes, that's what this was. This was hell. A stray sheep. Chapter 2, I guess. What the hell? Is this reading Steiner kicking in? Is he gathering memories from different world lines that he hasn't actually experienced himself? The world twisted and warped. I felt horribly dizzy. Sometimes my vision would blur for no reason, but this was nothing like that. It was like my mind itself was being wrung apart. Like the world itself was changing. Deja vu. I knew this feeling. This was... At last, the colour came back to my vision. All the shouts of the pedestrians and the noise of the passing cars came flooding in at once.
オカリンさん、大丈夫ですか？汗すごいですけど。気分でも悪いんですか？
いや。
Fubuki and Kaede. The two of them were still in front of me. They looked worried. Had I just gotten dizzy for a moment?
本当に大丈夫だよ。心配してくれてありがとう。
それじゃあ私たち行きますね。今度のパーティー楽しみにしてます。
They said their goodbyes and walked toward the station. I watched them go, only halfway paying attention. What was that? None of these passerbys noticed me standing there. We were all experiencing time sequentially, I think, is that how you say it? Sequentially, as one connected moment after another. But I knew what I just saw. That's right. I was the one person who understood. That feeling was reading Steiner. Which meant that the world line had changed. I shook my head and tried to get the idea out of my mind. It was impossible. The world line could only change if someone had altered the past. I had only ever seen world line changes after I sent emails with a phone wave's name subject to change. But I destroyed the phone wave, so that could never happen again. I sacrificed Kurisu for it. But then, who did this? And how? What if someone had made a device identical to the phone wave? Oh god. Goop Mayuri. Oh god. This is getting too much right now. This is too much at once for Okabe. Mayuri. I need to see if Mayuri is safe. I'll call her right now. If the world line change meant something terrible had happened to Mayuri again, just imagine it made me shiver. That couldn't happen. It wouldn't. That's what I wanted to believe. But I couldn't help but remember all the times I'd seen her die in the Alpha world line. For now, I needed to get in touch with her as soon as possible. I wanted to hear her voice. What do I do? I realized I was panicking. Calm down. Relax. I picked her name off the contacts list on my phone and dialed. I could hear the call sound in my ear, but there was no sign of her picking up. 7 seconds. 8. 9. Each second made the fear worse. I felt a cold sweat drip down my back. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. 14 seconds. I kept calling and praying anyway. Eventually, after a minute of ringing, the electronic sound suddenly cut off. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen yet, because we're not on that world line anymore where Mayuri was safe. We have changed world lines, which means potentially she will die soon. Man, this is bad. I don't know.
おかりどうしたのそんなに慌てて
The relaxed, easygoing voice I heard most definitely belonged to Mayuri.
心配したぞ。ずっと鳴らしているのに出なかったから。
ああ、ごめんね。電話カバンの中に入れてたから。
It was nothing. Nothing had happened at all.
もしかして何か急な用事だった？
いや、気にしなくていい。少し不安になっただけだ。
不安？
今どこだ？誰かと一緒か？
これからバイトだよ。
何時まで？
8時過ぎぐらいまで。
そうか。わかった。
おかり、遊びに来てくれるの？
いや、今日は用事があってな。無理なんだ。
バイトが終わったらラボにも顔を出すつもりだよ。
わかった。もし行けるようだったらそこで合流して一緒に帰ろう。
本当？今日は珍しいね。
じゃあバイト頑張れよ。
I hung up. Mayuri was safe, which meant that the world line change probably had nothing to do with her. Now that I could have let my guard down. Or maybe that was just a daydream, and there was no world line change at all. It seemed awfully realistic for that to be the case though. Just to be safe, I turned on my phone again. The icon was still there, in the same place it had been the last several times I used it. I felt a little hesitation, especially after what happened. Could I really contact her after that? But I decided that it was important to see what was going on first, so I tapped the icon. Oh.
何？言い忘れたことでもあった？
Kurusu's voice was the same as ever.
怒ってないのか？
怒る？どうして？
だってさっき話している途中で切ってしまっただろ。だから
それについてはさっき謝ってもらったから。私は一度許したことをいつまでもぐちぐち言う人間じゃない。
さっき謝った？
ええ、かけ直してきたじゃない。
Huh? What?
かけ直した？俺が？
ほんの7分43秒前のことを忘れちゃったの？
No, 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 no.
俺が謝ったのか？お前に？
大丈夫？
Kurusu was evidently telling the truth. She didn't look like she was lying at least.
何かあったの？さっきとは別人みたいな顔してるけど。
いや、平気だ。
I didn't remember that. I remember turning off the phone, but I didn't remember anything about calling her the Amadeus Kurusu back after that. The old me would have insisted that I was right and that she was mistaken. But now, I wasn't sure. After all the different paths I experienced and all the sadness and pain I'd gone through, even 6 months later, I was still exhausted. What had really happened and what hadn't? What was right and what was wrong? I wasn't sure anymore. I just didn't want to think about it anymore. The past, the future, the fate of the world. I wanted nothing to do with it. I wanted nothing to do with any of it.
ずいぶん具合が悪そう。誰か知り合いに連絡するなり、どこかで休むなりした方がいいんじゃない？岡部？
なあ、クリス。一つ聞いてもいいか？さっき電話した後、俺が何をしようとしていたかわかるか？
レスキネン教授と真帆先輩とこの後待ち合わせでしょ？私について報告する予定じゃない。
Evidently, my memories matched hers in that regard.
そうか。
真帆先輩にあんたのことをあらかじめ伝えておきましょうか？
本当に大丈夫だ。心配かけてすまない。
あんまり無理しないでよ。あんたと最後に話したのが私でしたなんて結果になるのはごめんだからね。
I chuckled bitterly and ended the conversation. I called Daru too just in case, and evidently I really was on my way to see the Professor Amaho. He also told me that almost all the events of the last few days matched my memory of them, which meant that even if the world line had changed, nothing had changed nearby, where I could have seen it. There was no problem, or at least it shouldn't have been a problem. It was possible that the moment of dizziness was just the result of mental illness. Experiencing those same sensations brought up my past trauma and caused my memories to get confused. Maybe that was it? The phone wave didn't exist, so there was no way the past could have been changed. That's right. That was all. I kept telling myself this as I went to see the professor. It's not the case because we've already saw the divergence change, which means someone changed the past in some way. We don't know yet what that way is. Damn. I met with the Professor Amaho in a hotel room.
それじゃあ今のところエムデウスとのコミュニケーションはうまくいっているということでいいんだね、リンタロウ。
ええ、会話に齟齬が出ることもありませんし。
ちなみに聞きたいんだが、クリスとの距離感はどうかな？
距離感
Distance. What does that mean?
というとどういうことでしょう？
話しているうちに親しくなってきているかどうかということだよ。
Why do I feel like he already knows more than we think?
それは初めて会話した時に比べれば多少は。
多少？かなりの間違いじゃない？私だってクリスと話してるんだからそれくらいわかるわよ。あの子最初は8回もイルスを使われたって怒っていたほどなのに、今じゃすっかりフレンドリーになっているもの。それだけ距離が縮まったということでしょ。
そうですか。それは喜ばしい。
Lescanin seemed overjoyed by Maho's words.
私は期待しているんだよ。彼女が君に対して友情を、もっと言えば恋愛感情を持ってくれないかとね。
People stop saying this, please. You're gonna trigger him again.
恋愛感情？
そんな声を上げることもないだろ
う。でもその AI ですよ。
AI だからだよ。
What did he mean?
彼女にだって感情はあっただろう。
だけどそれはあくまでもプログラム上のことで。
でもそれは人間の脳だって同じことじゃないか。
He was right. The brain ran out electrical signals, so you could say it had the same structure.
今は機械に感情があるかないかなんていう命題はもはや時代遅れだよ。機械にだって感情はある。第一、エメデウスは私たち人間の脳を再現すべく作っているんだ。構造が同じでプロセスが同じならその結果生み出されるものも同じなはずだろう。
Sorry, I'm just checking. Maybe I can do something. Nope. Right.
ならば彼女だって恋をする可能性は十分にある。いや、ぜひしてもらいたいと思っている。
Amadeus, fallen in love.
おっと、こんなことを言っては魔法に恨まれてしまうかな。
教授までクリスみたいなことを言わないでください。
冗談だよ、冗談。魔法は怒ると怖いから気をつけた方がいい。
それはもう分かってます。
ちょっと聞こえてますよ。
おお、そういえば私はジュリーに連絡をしなければならないんだった。リンタロウ、少し失礼するよ。
Professor quickly left the room. He ran away, didn't he?
まったくクリスといい教授といい、どうして何でもかんでもすぐに色恋沙汰に結びつけたがるのかしら。
He purposely left those two in here, obviously.
まったくだな。
Of course, that was always the type of girl she was.
あ、そうだ、岡部さん、ちょっと聞きたいんだけど、あの子がクリスが好きな言葉って何か知ってる？
Words?
言葉？
What do you mean by words?
数字でも何でもいいの。何かこうキーになりそうなものに心当たりないかしら。
Why would she need that for?
クリスが設定したパスワードを破ろうとでも？
Maybe.
よくわかったわね。
Oh. That was easy. I was right.
それって あいつの研究室の PC か何かの？
彼女の私物、家にあったノート PC よ。
そんなものどうして君が？
形見分けでね、譲ってもらったの、クリスのお母さんに。それで中身を確かめたいからパスを解除する方法を探しているの。あなたなら知ってるんじゃないかと思って。
What would Kurisu name the password? I'm trying to think. What was she? Something that she knows. That would be the password. Hmm.
パスがかかってるということは見られると困るものなんじゃないのか？
それはそうだけど、でも彼女アマデウスのクリスをより本物に近づけるためにはその中のデータも解析した方がいいでしょ。もちろん私自身はなるべくプライバシーに関わることは見ないようにするつもりよ。
I know what she was trying to say. She might have some kind of diary on her computer which described what she had been doing during her time here. But
悪いけど心当たりはない。
But what? Oh, is it because of the research, maybe? Of time travel? They might cause it?
ああ、それに知っていたとしてもやっぱり俺は教えないと思う。
人には知られたくないことがあるから？
特に PC の中身なんていうのは今やプライバシーの塊みたいなものだからな。
Daru talked about that all the time. He was always wondering if there was a way to automatically wipe a computer's hard drive if you died in an accident. Of course, what Daru didn't want anyone to see was probably very different than what was on Kurisu's computer. Beyond that, it was the same idea.
そう。
She seemed really interested in the contents of the hard drive, but she didn't say anything else.
それじゃあ俺はこれで。
Rain. Hey, Ocarine, what's the best color for a skull swimsuit? White, definitely. I see. Excellent choice. Very few normals would pick the white school swimsuit. You might be more of a pervert than me. I know, right? I actually just picked the color at random. Nice, Ocarine. I'm taking that advice. Nyan nyan. Stop with the commentary. What the hell? Alright. I was a little worried about my Yuri too. I got up and went to leave. And then I saw a small ornament that was decorating the door.
そういえば
Come to think of it,
もうすぐ
it's
クリスマ
almost
スか。
Christmas. Oh, he's talking, I forgot. I remembered how excited my Yuri was.
ヒアジョーさんはクリスマスもこっちにいるのか？
ええ、こっちでまだやることもあるから。
誰かと過ごしたりは？
え？
ああ、いや、ほら海外のクリスマスっていうと友達みんなで楽しくパーティーでもするってイメージだろ？
残念だけどそういう予定はないわ。それにアメリカやヨーロッパじゃクリスマスにパーティーなんてやらないものよ。
そうなのか？
Well, it's just not friends, it's family. Yeah, friends can be invited. I mean, it's just usually it's just family though. That's the difference.
彼らにとってクリスマスは神聖な日でしょ。だから家族と一緒に過ごすのが普通よ。その分大晦日は大騒ぎするけれどね。
I guess that's right, but I mean, it's not really holy for everyone else. It's really just more about spending time with family. I guess that's really the only thing. I thought I heard something about that on TV or somewhere.
まあこっちには家族もいないからどっちにしても一人ということに変わりはないんだけどね。 の。だからって寂しいと思ってるわけじゃないわよ。誤解しないでね。
You are. You're lonely. Or so she said, but being all alone on Christmas is in a bustling town was probably pretty lonely. Of course, she'd probably get mad if I told her that, so I didn't. Just invite her. Come on. When I finished talking to the professor, I went to the lab. I confirmed on the phone that Mayuri was just fine, but I wanted to see her for myself. I would do the classic walk home, the original, what happened. It happened, well, it didn't really happen here initially, but it happened after that. I could see from the outside that the lights in the lab were on. I ran up the stairs to get away from the cold and opened the door.
Mayuri, いるか?
I felt a small impact on my chest when I opened the door.
悪い。
いえ、僕の方こそごめんなさい。
Evidently, he was just about to leave. Lukako looked up at me, apologetic. For some reason, he was blushing a little. Only Daru and Lukako were in the room. There was no sign of Mayuri or Suzuha.
よかった。もう少し早く帰っていたら岡部さんと入れ違いになっているところでした。
もしかして俺を待っていたのか？
はい。と言っても別に大した用があったわけじゃないんです。差し入れを持ってきただけで。
おまんじゅうもらったよ。
Daru had already eaten about half the box. Of course he did.
いただき物ですから。皆さんでどうぞ。
そうか。ありがとう。
つうか、ルカシ、時間大丈夫なん？
Lukako looked up at the clock and started to fidget.
実はこの後、お家にお客さんが来ることになってるんです。
客？ルカ子のか？
いえ、父のお客さんです。なぜか僕にも同席してほしいと言われまして。父は普段同じ趣味を持った人を呼んで長い時間話し込んだりするんです。難しい話ばかりで僕にはよく理解できないので、普段はお茶を出すぐらいしかしないんですけど、どうして同席してほしいと言われたのか。
難しい話って宗教とかそっち系の話か？
Kario's family ran the Anandashi shrine. One of the oldest in Akihabara.
そういうわけではないみたいなんですけど、この前のお客さんとは有明がどうとか晴海の頃はどうとか、そういうお話をしてました。
晴海、有明。
One of those places.
さすがルカシのパパ、恐ろしい子。
岡部さんや橋田さんはわかるんですか？
まあなんとなくはな。でもその話はまた今度だ。客が来るなら早く帰った方がいい。
あ、それじゃあ僕はこれでまた来ますね。
He bowed deeply and disappeared out the door. I watched him go and then sat down on the sofa.
マユリは？
メイクインじゃね？今日は来てないよ。
And I guess I have to wait a little. Or should I go get her?
そういえばオカリン、さっきの電話だけどさ、あれなんだったん
He was probably talking about the phone call I placed to him before I went to see the professor.
あれは気にしないでくれ。多分俺の勘違いだ。
そうなん？だったらいいけどさ。
I remember the strange sensation I experienced. I wondered if it was a world-like jump, but several hours had passed and nothing had changed. Actually, I wasn't even sure if I really experienced it anymore. Memories were like that, especially for me.
それにしてもハルミとはさすがはルカシのパパ、ベテラン戦士っすな。
戦士がどうしたって？
Suzaha got back before Mayuri did.
ルカ兄さんのお父さんって戦士なの？
How come he gets to be brother when I'm stuck with being Uncle Ocarine? Because you're uncle.
そうだお。それも戦士の中の戦士、歴戦の強者と言っても過言じゃないのだぜ。
へえ、そうなんだ。でもルカ兄さんの家って確か神職だと聞いたけど。ああ、そうか。神職の人も昔は兵士だったって言うよね。
She convinced herself.
確かにルカ兄さんはすごかったし、納得だ。
Amazing. What was amazing? I decided just to pretend I never heard that. It still felt awkward looking at Suzaha. I avoided coming to the lab mostly to avoid seeing her.
オカリンおじさん、そんな顔しないでよ。
Evidently, she could read my thoughts just from the look on my face. She seemed upset.
私のことを避けてるのは分かってるからさ。
お前が悪いわけじゃないんだけどな。
つうかスズハ、今日もこんな時間まで何してたん？はっ、もしかしてどこかの男とデートとか？いけません。そんなどこの誰とも知らない男とのお付き合いなんてお父さんは許しませんよ。
違うよ、そんなんじゃない。
She was out looking for Kagari in it, that's what it was.
本当に？
I thought it was a joke, but evidently he was serious about it. His tone was far less joking than usual. It must be hard being a dad.
本当だって。
だったら父さんの目を見て言いなさい。
父さんがそれ言う？
どういう意味なんそれ？
母さんというものがありながらいっつもそこで変なゲームばかりやってるじゃないか。
それは2次元と3次元はあくまで別物ですし。
お前2次元も3次元も関係ないって前に言ってなかったか？
That's true, he did say that.
おかりん、そういうことここで言う？裏切るなんてひどいよ。
I'd never been on Daru's side when it came to his hobbies, though.
ごほん。とにかくそういうことなら今日は何をしていたのか父さんに言いなさい。
何って？
やましいことがないなら言えるはずだよ。
Suzaha glanced at me, then sighed in resignation.
人を探していたんだ。
It was Kagari then, wasn't it?
人？それってやっぱ男？
違うって言ってるじゃないか。小さな女の子。ううん、今はもう私より年上になっちゃってるか。
Hang on a sec. Just adjusting the mic. Get a little bit more comfortable. Okay, there we go. There was a strange way to put it. I glanced over at Daru, who looked back at me.
実はさ、私が乗ってきたタイムマシンにはもう一人乗っていたんだ。
なんだって。
すずはそんなん初耳なんだけど。
今まで話してなかったからね。
She was looking down at her feet, and I could see she regretted bringing it up.
その同乗者は何者だ。今どうしてるんだ。
どうしているかはわからない。
わからないって。
はぐれちゃったんだよね。1998年にここ秋葉原で。
1998, that would have been 12 years ago. So it wasn't just Suzuho who came from the future. It took some time for the meaning of that to sink in.
でもなんでそんなことになったん？
私とその子は IBN5100 を探すためにはじめ1975年に飛んだ。理由はおじさんならわかるよね。
I nodded silently.
なんとか無事に IBN5100 を手に入れた私たちは今度は1998年に飛んだ。
Okay.
2000年問題を回避するミッションのためにね。
What does that mean?
2000年問題。
Y2K. There was one of the big events at the end of the last century, along with Nostradamus' prophecy. But in the end, after all the fuss made by the media and pundits, nothing really happened. Was that because John Titor had come from the future to fix it? If that was the case, then wow.
その1998年にトラブルが起きてその子とはぐれちゃったんだ。
それではぐれたままタイムマシンで跳躍したのか。
仕方なかったんだ。
Okay, how did he get separated though?
あの子は自分からタイムマシンを飛び出してしまったし、それに
Why? She must have remembered something because she was swallowed her words with a bitter expression.
もちろん私だって探した。燃料の残量が許す限り何度も細かいタイムトラベルを繰り返してあの子の姿を探し回った。でも
In the end, she never managed to find her.
大体の事情は分かったけどさ、どうして今までそんな大事なことを黙ってたん？
あの子を見失ったのは私の落ち度だ。ちゃんと自分で責任を取りたかったんだ。
Yeah, but if you told us earlier, we could have had at least been on the lookout ourselves if we did eventually see this girl.
水臭いな。
I think there'd be more a chance to find her if you told us earlier. So maybe we did see her, and we just never knew. Dara's words were soft.
僕たち親子だろ。困った時は頼ってくれてもいいのだぜ。
父さん、
その子を探せばいいんだろ。だったら僕らも手伝うな、オカリン。
なって俺もか。
当たり前だろ。別に未来を変えてくれっつってるわけじゃないんだし、それくらいやってくれてもいいっしょ。
まあ。
To be honest, after refusing all her requests to save the world, I was feeling a little guilty. I liked to help her if I could, but I wanted to know what she'd do after she found her.
で、その子の名前と年齢は？ちなみに可愛い女の子だよね。男とか言ったら父さん許さないぞ。
女だよ。
オッケー。名前とスリーサイズもやろう。
God damn it, Daru.
3サイズなんて知らないよ。だって別れた時のあの子は10歳だったんだから。
10. Okay.
幼女か。
じゃあ今は22歳になってるはずだな。
22.
名前プリーズ。
名前はかがり。椎名かがりって言うんだ。
シーナ。
The name was an unusual one. A girl who was part of Daru's group in the future who had the name Shinya.
すず、
Yuri.
まさかその子って。
彼女の母親の名前は椎名まゆり。
Dog wanted to go outside. Alright.
かがりはまゆ姉さんの子供なんだ。
Mayuri's daughter. Of course, it was possible that Mayuri would choose to have a child in the future, but the fact that I never even thought about it made it that shock that much worse. If she had a daughter, that she must have had a partner, and that partner couldn't have been me because I died in 2025. That's right. Wait a second. If she was 10 in 2036, then she would have been born in 2026. I have to learn more, but if I died in 2025, wasn't it just possible, maybe barely, that it could be me? That just couldn't be. Just like Suzuha appeared before Daru, she was going to appear before me. There we go. Who was the dad? I couldn't ask. Oh god, headphones are messing up.
あれちょい待ち。シーナってことは名字はそのままってことだよね。ってことは
Which means they didn't marry. That's what
かが
it's
りは
saying.
繊細孤児だよ。身寄りがなかった彼女をまゆ姉さんが引き取って育てたんだ。
ああ、なんかそれまゆしらしいかも。
I realised that I was relieved in more ways than one. I hated myself a little for it. Even if she did marry someone else in the future, as long as that made her happy, it was for the best.
私はまゆ姉さんからかがりを頼むって言われたんだ。だからこんなことになっちゃいけなかった。あの子はいつだってまゆ姉さんにべったりだったし、この時代には知り合いなんているはずもないから、きっとずっと心細い思いをしてるはずなんだ。
その子はどうしてはぐれてしまったんだ。さっきトラブルと言ったが。
If she had come to a new era in the time machine at 10 years old, Suzuha would have been the only person she could rely on. There was no way she'd leave Suzuha and run off on her own.
私にもわからない。ただ過去に飛んでからのかがりは精神的にかなり不安定だった。
That made sense, come to think of it. A young girl just 10 years old was suddenly taken to a world where she knew no one. Of course she'd be scared.
その子の写真か何かはある？
Is it worse than the World War timeline they were in? Come on.
あ、うん。
She does? What about Oku? Who's gonna think of this? One was an adult woman. I couldn't see her face, but maybe it was Mayuri, 20 years from now. Hiding behind her was another girl. Was that Kagari Shinya?
この子が22歳に成長してるわけか。 いまいち想像がつかないな。
That is, if she was still alive. Even if Japan was a safe, peaceful country, it would have been hard for a young girl to get by on her own. If she was lucky, someone might take her in and give her to an orphanage, but if she wasn't, Suzuha was probably well aware of that possibility, so I didn't bring that up. Or didn't bring it up.
なおかりん、協力してくれよ。
真由里の養女なんだろう。だったら見つけてやりたいさ。でも鈴葉はいいのか？俺が手伝っても。
I felt sure that Suzuha was disgusted with me. I had a chance to save the world and had given up. Would she want help from a person like that?
おじさんさえ良ければ人手は大いに越したことはないと思うから。
そうか。だったら手を貸すよ。
Okay.
ありがとう。
Of course, anything is to make up for that. I missed that line. I thought he
マ
was
ユ
talking
シー
instead.
の幼女がどうしたの？
Mayuri's back. Everyone turned around at the sudden voice.
てってるー。おかり、本当に待っててくれたんだね。
Doo-doo-doo. Mayuri.
どうしたの？
We still got the bad feeling of we don't know if she's still gonna die because Worldline did change. We know it changed. We saw it happen. It's just have a bad feeling that now it's gonna cause the Mayuri effect again. Oh, please don't be. It's goofy music as well. The moment I saw her, I finally relaxed.
よかった。真由里。
I took her small hand in mine and felt the warmth. She was alive.
おかりん？
すまない。
別に嫌じゃないから大丈夫。まゆ姉さん、いつからいたの？今来たばっかりだよ。
Whose eyes were those eyes? Are those eyes? I was careless. I was so focused on what Suzuha was saying that I didn't see Mayuri come into the room.
ねえねえ、まゆしーの幼女がなんとかって聞こえたけど、
Oh, that's not good.
何の話をしてたのかな？
That's not good. She's not supposed to hear that.
それはその。
Crap. Mayuri knew that Suzuha was from the future, but telling her about her future daughter would be going too far. I needed to change the subject.
真由里はまだまだ幼い。つまり幼女だと言っていたんだよ。
Really, Okabe? That was the first thing that you could say.
あ、そうそう。マユシは幼女かわいい。
I mean, I guess it might work.
童顔だってよく言われるんだ。ユキさんみたいに大人っぽくなりたいんだけどね。
食べる量だけは立派に大人かもしれないな。
She doesn't eat a lot, to be fair.
えへへ。
I have no idea what's going on in the chat. What the hell? What's going on? Is it the sensual world, the despotic society, the destructive sanctums, or... Well, I have no idea what the hell is going on. If you are a streamer and your game becomes reality, what about the viewers you get? You're really confusing me now. I'm really trying to figure out what you mean. This wasn't a compliment, Mayuri. That wasn't enough to distract her, evidently.
そうだ、食べ物といえばオカリンはクリスマスに何か食べたいものある？
クリスマス？パーティーのことか。別に何でもいいぞ。
Oh, I see. Okay, I did start Chaos Head. I only did like the beginning bit because it was so hard to get on PC though. It was a weird way to get it. That I never finished it. But I see, okay.
食べられるものならな。
I mean, it did sound like something would come from like Steins Gate, so I was a bit confused. I was like, I never heard that before.
クリスマスパーティーか。すずさんは初めて？私たちの時代はパーティーなんてやってる余裕なかったからね。でも一度だけ父さんがどこからか美味しいチキンを調達してきてくれたことがあったっけ。それをマヨ姉さんが調理するって言って父さんが止めて。
Susan was looking at Mayuri as if she was remembering the past or future, as the case might be.
いつもよりほんの少しだけごちそうってだけだったけど、それでも嬉しかったな。
Really? I never thought that. I thought Steins Gate was always the bigger one out of the other Steins Adventure universes. Chaos Head was difficult to play. I was enjoying it. It's just difficult to play, I guess. But Chaos Child, I feel like can you just start that randomly, or should you play Chaos Head first? I read it takes place after the events of Chaos Head. In the future, when World War III was going on, there probably wasn't much time for a celebration. But even then, Mayuri was still Mayuri, trying her best to make everyone happy.
ダルくんは何か欲しいものある？
僕は可愛い女の子がサンタコスしてくれればそれだけでお腹いっぱいだお。
料理はどれくらいいるかな。
I see, okay. So he does spoil it. Interesting. I mean, I'll see if there's a way I can get Chaos Head to work again, because I don't know, I might have lost my save, so I'm not sure. I went pretty deep in about, I can't remember what it was. There's like the hospital bit. I can't remember about what part. I completely forgot. It was ages ago now. But if there's a way I can get Chaos Head first, I would try that before I do Chaos Child, I
ユキ
guess.
さんと一緒に用意する予定なんだけどね。そうだ、ルカ君やフェリスちゃんにも手伝ってもらおうかな。
Mayuri's head was full of thoughts about the Christmas party, it seemed.
オカリンは誰かパーティーに呼びたい人いる？
Yeah, Maho.
俺は別に。
Are you guys getting Steins Gate Elite as well when it comes out next week? I almost said no, but then I remembered someone. Maho Piaggio. She said Christmas is something you always spend with your family, but...
おかり？
あ、いや、特には。
How was she going to spend her Christmas? Okay. Probably the week after, yeah? Okay. Well, I pre-ordered it already. Because I did want to like stream it as soon as it came out on the Tuesday. So I feel like people will want to see what it's like before they buy it, because since it is like a remaster, I guess you could say. Plus you get this cool theme as well for it. It's pretty cool. It's just the one on the PlayStation US store is the one I pre-ordered, because they haven't got one on the UK store for some reason. I don't know why. So I had to get US codes and get it off the US store. So I started thinking about this afternoon. If that really was a worldwide change, then what was the cause? The most likely possibility was that someone had succeeded in developing something like the phone wave. We were able to make one. There was no reason someone else couldn't. Another possibility was that no, there was no use in thinking about it. I was just mistaken. And even if the world line did change, we weren't the cause. We didn't have anything to do with it anymore. Whenever I was alone, I always ended up thinking about things that wouldn't do me any good. You have a phone wave replica. Really? Can you buy that? I've never saw one. Where the hell did you get that from? I took the phone out of my pocket and tapped the icon. There we go, Amadeus again.
Hello.
Kurisu's expression was as self-satisfied as ever.
こんな時間にどうかした？
He made it himself. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be hard. You just get a microwave, I guess, and just customize it.
いや、
Yo, Kumin, what's up?
なんとなく話がしたくなって。迷惑だったか？
別に迷惑ってことはないわ。あんたと話すことは私のためにもなるんだし。
She was an AI after all. She wouldn't be bothered no matter the hour.
先輩とは会ってきたのよね。
Wait, replica in a sense that it has the phone wave's functions, but it doesn't look like the original. If it had the functions, that mean you can go back in time? What's going on? Spicy boy Felix! And so the crowd expands.
あ
I guess so. I have no idea what's going on.
何の話をしたの？
あ、何って、お前とのやりとりについて報告をしただけだが。
それだけ？どこかへ誘ったりは？
You can send emails with modified timestamps.
まだ そんなこと言ってるのか？
The
いや、ジョーさ
time
んに言ってみ
machine.
ろ。また怒られるぞ。
だってようやく先輩にも運が向いてきたかもしれないんだもの。せっかくのチャンスを掴んでもらいたいでしょ。
Interesting. Does it a special email clients? Is that the only way you could make it work for the modified? Are you serious? Kurusu seemed insistent on getting me and Maho together. Sheesh, doesn't she have other things to think about? Things to think about? Would she have anything to say about the other matter?
なあ、ちょっと相談なんだが、消息不明になった人を探すにはどうすればいい？
I mean, at least you're one step closer to building the actual phone wave.
随分と唐突ね。
Yeah, you have to call it of like a weird version as well, like Daru would do. Like version 1.7.916 or something like that.
身近でそんな話があったんだよ。でも自分たちじゃどうすればいいのかわからなくてな。
詳しく教えて。
She leaned forward, suddenly interested. She really was a curious girl.
それが
言えないことなの？
俺だけの問題じゃないからな。
それで相談に乗ってくれって言われても無理がある。
だよな。
See you, Salami.
一般論でいいんだ。意見を
I'm actually gonna be
聞かせてくれ
streaming.
るだけで。
I'm actually gonna be streaming this all week, and I'm actually gonna be streaming this until Tuesday when Steins Gate comes out, to try and get as far as I can before that comes out.
そうね。一番いいのは警察に行くことね。
That was the obvious and correct answer.
あとは更新所に頼むとか過去の新聞記事を当たるとか。あ、でもそういうことはもうやってるか。
どうかな。
I don't know. Oh, he's talking.
どうかなって、まさかそんなこともやらずに探そうとしてるの？
You have Uncle Daru's Twitter, aka Dab.
俺も今日聞かされたばかりなんだ。後で確認してみる。
It's the battle of real Darus in the chat. Who's the real Daru? But Kaguri was from the future, and Suzuha didn't have any personal documents in this era either, which meant that it was unlikely she'd gone to anybody in the
アメリ
government.
カなんかではダウジングや通して人探しをやるなんて人もいるよな。
まさかあんな何の科学的根拠もないものを信じるとでも？
いや、言ってみただけだ。
しそうだとでも言ったら二度と話なんかしないところだったわ。
It's a joke me and Kaito have been going on. Or have going on. Daru is more of a software guy than a hardware guy, and more of a software guy than you are. Well, he looks to look at the hardware, to be fair.
ありがとう。参考になったよ。
Either that's 2D or 3D.
見つかることを祈ってるわ。
ああ、それと
何？
いや、なんでもない。
何よ、気になるでしょ。
本当になんでもないんだ。それじゃあ、
It's
今日
nothing
はこ
really.
れで。
I keep forgetting he's talking. Always think it's my turn to talk. Oh, disconnected. I wasn't just about to say that. I was about to tell her about my Yuri's Christmas party to see if she wanted to go. That's weird. Kurusu was just an AI, of course. When you're outside, come on outside. Come on. There you go. There you go. I am the Daru that has acquired the necessary hardware skills for future reference. She only existed inside of a computer. I guess I was just starting to see her as a real...
どう？父さん。
back here again.
何か手がかりはあった？
いや、残念ながらこっちは何にも。
そう。
The search for Mayuri's future daughter, Kagari Shinya, was taking longer than expected.
一つ聞くが、警察には行ったのか？
うん。一応言ったんだけどね。でも捜索願いなんかは出してない。
I was right. In order to submit a missing persons report, you needed to have the ID to prove who you were. That's why Souza hadn't done it. I see. Okay. And also, I later learned that the only people who could have submitted a search request were people like family and significant others who were close to the missing person.
僕の方でも昨日軽く警察のデータベースにハッキングをかけてみたんだけど、それっぽい情報は出てこんかったよ。
だろうな。
つうことは、オカリンも見てみたん？
Where are you guys from anyway? I'm curious to know what your time zone is right now.
ダルのように内部情報を見たわけじゃないがな。
There was a database of missing persons on the police homepage. We didn't go back very far. It didn't have a lot of information. All it had was age, sex, clothes, and sometimes possessions they were carrying. Since we knew nothing about Kagari Shinya, we basically had nothing to go on.
でもさ、一見平和に思えるこの世界でも身元不明者や行方不明者ってたくさんいるんだね。
Germany, Finland. So it's about around the same time as me, right? Because I'm at level 40 right now. I live in Malta. So I think Germany's the same time, right? Or maybe it's a 1 hour behind or ahead, I'm not sure. I thought the same thing. Each year, over 100 identified bodies were found in Tokyo alone. Wow. If you expanded that to cover all of Japan, then went back 12 years, you have a pretty big number. Oh. And the number of missing persons was far greater each year. Almost 100,000 people went missing. Really? Wow. And 1 out of every 5 was in their teens. Of course, most of them just ran away from home, and 70% were found within a week after a report was filed. Speak like Daru. I mean, I don't know if I can do his voice. It's such a weird. I mean, compared to the English dub and his Japanese version, it's so two different things. Like his Japanese sounds a bit like very. I don't know, it sounds very weird, like a very weird voice, and then his English is kind of normalish. I don't know. But if 70% of them were found in the first week, that means 30% of them weren't. In fact, 5% of them were never found at all, and no one ever knew if they were alive or dead. Wow. Perhaps Kagura Shinya was caught up in an accident or killed, or perhaps. Ooh. Oh no. I only know some little bits of Japanese. I don't know. I can't read though. I think reading is like the pretty much last part, right, of Japanese. That's not the hardest part. Or am I wrong? Or was that writing? That might be writing Japanese. I sat up, then got off the sofa.
Okarin, どっか行くん?
Dora's voice actor went fully retarded for Steins Gate 0. He talks with the funniest voice for the entire game. In the original Steins Gate, he talked normally. Really? It's like, I remember playing Steins Gate the original, and I just can't remember his voice for some reason. Did they change voice actor? Is that why?
もうちょっと調べてみようと思ってな。
Gee, and all that hard, just a lot of repetition. Same VA. Really, it's the same VA. I wonder why they changed it. I mean, it's not that been far, you know, down the line since the original, in the timeline-wise. Curious to know why they changed it then. Like, well, they didn't even change it, but it's kind of adjusted it compared to the original. School would be on break soon anyway, and it wasn't like I had anything to do. And while I hadn't been very interested at first, at some point I've become really interested in the whereabouts of Kagura Shinya. And more than anything,
ありがとう、オカリンおじさん。
別にこれくらい大したことじゃない。
それでもありがとう。
A year after the original VN, they put a set of audio dramas. Yeah, I heard about that. I actually haven't heard them though, or listened to them. But did he change then? Was that when it changed because of that? As long as I was looking for Kaguri, Suzuha probably wasn't going to bother me about the future. Having her bring up the same thing every time we met was hard for me. If I could just get her focused on something else, that would make things easier. Yeah, no, that's when I first started this, like his voice sound is so dopey, and I was like, was that normal? Because it sounds so funny every time I hear it. Or so I thought, but I don't know, it just makes him feel like he's really not as smart when he sounds that dopey, I guess. I don't know why. I guess they're trying to make him more pervy, I guess. That's the point, maybe. I'm not sure exactly why they did it. Finding clues wasn't easy. Just in case, I gone to the National Diet Library and looked at articles on missing persons and crimes in 1998. The year she'd gotten separated from Suzuha, but I had no luck. Dating sim. We switch to reach middle point. So I guess maybe the developers thought, you know what, we preferred the dopiness. Do the dopiness one again for this one. I guess that's what it is. Suzuha said she had been looking for Kagari every few years on her way to our time, so I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I couldn't help but feel a little tired and disappointed. Kurisu again? Wow, we're frequently calling her.
どうかした？
あ、
何？
いや、
I guess. I never watched the anime though in the Japanese. I originally watched it in the English still because I thought the English was well done. Because you don't get a lot of them that's well done in the English. And I just prefer the English voice cast for some reason. That's why I've never heard it. So when I first heard it, it felt really weird to me. You can imagine when you hear it that first time. I called Kurisu without even realizing it somehow.
ねえ、昨日よりさらに疲れてるみたいだけど、大丈夫？
そう見えるか。
声のトーンがいつもより低い。結膜に多少の充血も見られる。もしかして昨日言ってた件を調べてたの？
I guess. I mean, the difference was, I think, between the Zero anime was with the fact that I think his name is J. Michael Tatum, the one who did actually Okabe, because he writ the original anime. He writ the difference. I don't think he writ the Zero one though, because I think it was just called in for a quick dub version of it. I think that's why it wasn't as good.
まあな。
I told Kurisu what I heard from Suzuha and Daru, and what I found at the National Diet Library.
バカね。そんなことなら私に言ってくれれば簡単にことは済んだのに。
どういうことだ？
私ならネットワークに接続してオンライン上の情報をリサーチすることができるでしょ。
あ、そうか。
Yeah, I feel the same. I feel like though Okabe was still good. I feel like he dealt with it really well, especially when he eventually turned into Hoen Kyoma again. That was the best part. I feel like of the dub is that he got back to that original version. I'd forgotten. She was an AI that existed inside a computer. So something like that would be easy for her.
なんなら少しやってみましょうか。
すぐにできるのか？
それほど時間はかからない。
それじゃあ頼む。
わかった。少しだけ待ってて。
I I think that's what it was though as well. Zero was a risk, to be honest. I mean, I guess it had to show this side of the storyline, but you really don't have Kurisu because Amadeus is not really the same. To be fair, it's not the same. And Hoin Kiyoma was the whole charm of the original, I feel like. And obviously the events we talked about. But I feel like with no Hoin Kiyoma till the very end of the anime, it's hard to feel the same compared to the original. But I guess they had to tell the story, you know? Kurisu fell silent on the screen and didn't move for a moment. Maybe 30 seconds later?
More 結果が出たのか。
ネットワーク上で検索してみたけど、1998年以降、椎名かがりという名の女性が何らかの事件や事故に巻き込まれたという情報は得られなかった。
I agree. No, Suzuho was good in the original. I don't really understand because when I watched the anime initially, I was a bit confused in why Suzuha was so angry. I understand that Okabe given up, but it felt like it didn't make sense though.
同姓同名の人物は3名ほど検出。ただ、
She could be upset, but I don't feel like how angry she was with him. It didn't make sense to me. Like the way I've seen now in this visual novel, it feels right. She's upset with him, but she's not angry. She's still kind of acting normal and just wants him to carry on. That's what I feel like so far.
ご要望なら、その人物のデータを後でメールで送るけど。
Yeah, I didn't feel the same when they did that at the ending when Maho was reading it. I didn't feel anything from it. It just felt like there was just reading what they had before. That's what it just felt like. I mean, I don't know if Maho should have actually said it, to be honest.
いや、いい。
I feel like it should have been Okabe. And it was like, oh, he's back, he's reading the monologue again kind of thing. Than what he originally said before at the beginning. When I stopped to think about it, even Suzuha would have been able to do a search for her name on the internet. And what Kurisu was saying was almost certainly right. The Makase Kurisu I had known was always right.
それじゃあ、私にできることは以上かな。あとは、あんたたちにしかできないやり方で探すしかないわね。
俺たちにしかできないやり方？
その人物がいなくなった場所の近辺で地道に情報を集めるの。究極的にアナログな方法だけどね。
やっぱりそうなるか。
Suzuha had been doing that forever, so I couldn't imagine I found anything new. But if that was my only option, then that was what I had to do.
にゃにゃ、キャーじゃなかった、オカリン。
Ferris again. That's me. I guess maybe that's why, because I only watched the dub version. So maybe that is the reason. Because actually, when I did originally watch that scene, it just felt like, yeah, she was just reading the same stuff. It didn't feel any impact at all. I spun around when I heard a voice behind me.
やっぱりオカリンだにゃ。こんなところで何してるんだにゃ。
フェイリス、それに。
こんにちは、岡部さ
ん。なんだ、珍しい組み合わせだな。
The thing is though, I don't know what they could even do next. No, actually. I watched the anime first because I didn't even know it actually was adapted originally. And then I realized after that, and then I played through the visual novel after that, just so I could get all the extra stuff. So it was kind of the opposite, really. I went the anime and then visual novel. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Okay, I understand now.
ついさっきそこで会ったのにゃ。そしたらルカニャンが荷物いっぱい持ってたからそこまで手伝ってあげることにしたのにゃ。
I took a closer look and saw that Lukako was holding bags in both hands. If you added in what Ferris was carrying, it was quite a lot. He was trying to carry this all alone. I mean, he's a guy. Lukako.
ねえちょっと
No, yeah, I agree. I agree. That's what I feel like. He didn't really make an impact because he just felt like it didn't really make sense to me how they went with it. I guess they just rushed it maybe
今
because the
何
they
か
wanted to
聞
get
こ
the
え
route.
ませんでした
Maybe that's
か
why. And they thought just copy it.
いやこれは別に何でも。
I quickly hid the smartphone behind my back. Come inside, Angel. There you go.
ちょっと聞いてるのね
また聞こえたにゃ。もしかしてさっきオカリンが話していたのはそれかにゃ。
Yeah, I don't know what they could do for the future of the series anymore, unless they just do more of the work. I mean, I guess they could do a lot of stuff. It just feels like they have to choose the right thing to do. Otherwise, it would just feel like it just wouldn't feel right. It would feel like just cashing in on the franchise at that point, which I don't want to happen. I do want to see more of it. I just don't want to see cashing out on just random stuff.
いやこれ
I
は
hope they be smart with the future of the series. That I'm not sure what they can actually do with it. Because it feels like it's over at this point, you know? I feel like they can't do anything else, but I don't know. It shouldn't matter if they found out. But I still felt guilty, so I closed the Amadeus app.
電話中だったのにゃ。
They were writing a sequel that was going to continue the conflict against the Committee of 300, but it got cancelled. Really? What was it supposed to be about, though?
あ
Committee of 300.
ちょっと知り合いに相談事をな。
相談ですか？ そういうことだったんだにゃ。後ろから見たらオカリンが一人でブツブツつぶやいているように見えたからちょっと心配したにゃ。
Did I look like she needed to worry about me? Don't worry about me, Ferris. But well, if she saw me talking to my smartphone in a place like this, I guess I could understand that.
でも水臭いにゃ。何か困ったことがあるならフェイリスたちにも話してくれればいいのにゃ。そうです。僕じゃお役に立てないかもしれないですけど、でもお話くらいなら。
ありがとう。でも大したことじゃ。
Interesting. So it wouldn't have been a direct sequel, I guess. I mean, no, wait a second. But Ferris and Lucario, say Lucario? Luca had lived in Akihabara since they were born. Both of their families had held important positions there. Maybe asking them wouldn't be such a bad idea after all.
実は今人を探してるんだが。
Yeah, no, it's a bit bold decision to do, especially when I feel like Steins Gate is their top one. I feel like that's what a lot of people know. No, I know, it's an accident. Yeah, you do it sometimes. That's Lucario. Is that Pokemon though? I'm sure it is. I told them that I was looking for a girl who gone missing 12 years ago in Akihabara. Of course, I didn't tell them that she was from the future or that she was Mayuri's daughter.
その子がどうして行方をくらませたのか激しく疑問だにゃ。
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they could actually do. Usually, because I feel like Steins Gate Zero was the obvious sequel to do. Is that how did Okabe send a video to himself, and just that's the whole story. That's easy to do. That makes sense. Makes sense that did. But after that, I have no idea because they really set nothing up. To be fair.
"すまないが、そのあたりの事情は話せないんだ。そういう話に心当たりはないかだけでも聞いてもらえれば助かるんだが。
わかったにゃ。とりあえずフェイリスの方は黒木に聞いてみるにゃ。
This is actually one of the main reasons why I didn't watch Chaos Head the anime, because I heard it wasn't really like you wouldn't get the same experience if you actually played the visual novel. So I thought if I'm ever going to go back to it, I'd rather just go back and play the visual novel and finish it. Because I feel like watching the anime was it's supposed to be not good, so that's why I just didn't feel like I'm not going to get into it that way, or like kind of spoil myself watching that if it's not that good. I feel like I will eventually go back to it in the future, I just don't know when, to be honest. Kuroki was her family butler. I met him several times. In the same way that Faris naturally looked like a maid, Kuroki just naturally looked like a butler. Come to think of it, it was rather strange for a maid to have a butler for a servant.
あとメイクインニャンニャンのご主人様たちにもそれとなく聞いてみるにゃ。
Yeah, I mean, no, that's the reason why I didn't watch it. I had a feeling that would have been bad. Yeah, I heard they made robotic notes, and I literally, because I've obviously had a dip of water in Chaos Head, and I've obviously know Steins Gate, but I had no idea what robotic notes was going to be about. At all.
僕の方もお父さんとそれから氏子の方たちにも聞いてみます。
悪いな。そうしてくれると助かる。
Both Kuroki and Luca, I'm not saying it again, Lucario. Luca's dad knew a lot of people, and they had a far better chance of finding someone than we did. Okay. I hope that they at least find some small clues.
それはそうとルカ子、その山ほどの荷物はどうしたんだ？
Because I have a feeling with the different like science fiction universe thing, all of the different games like Chaos Head, Steins Gate, and then Robotic Notes, they're all different in its own way, which is why it's weird, because it's like they're kind of branching out with different separate their categories of the games of what interests the people to play it. It's weird to me how they've done it, and they've actually connected it all together.
これは昨日お父さんのお客さんが来るっていうお話はしましたよね。実はそのお客さんの一人がしばらくうちに滞在することになって。
I mean, that's what a lot of anime feels like, to be honest. Like anime adaptations of games, they usually just rush it, or of novels or mangas, whatever. They usually just rush the episodes, and it just feels like, why did they even do it? Because it's like you kind of spoiled it.
必要なものを買い揃えていたそうね。
If they were guests of Luca's father, they must be fairly old. And from what I've heard yesterday, they probably had some unique hobbies.
それは大変だな。
So, wait. Because the sequel was out, right, for Robotic Notes? Because I haven't followed that. So the sequel came out, I think, localized. But was the first one not localized?
I いえ、僕もちょっと楽し
Have
い
none
で
of
す
them
し。
been localized? Because I feel like I remember seeing it on the PlayStation Store. I'm confused now. I really thought it was localized. Even Chaos Child was there. Fun. Luca shared the same blood as his dad, so perhaps he had some latent interest in those hobbies.
あんまりのめり込みすぎないようにするんだぞ。
I mean, I know they're not directly related, just they're in the same universe that they said, that they created their own universe. It's more like how the Persona games work, to be fair. It's like they make references in the new Persona game to the characters of what they do. They don't really show them though, they never appear really again in the actual sequels of the games. That's what it feels like they've kind of went for. They've just put references of the other series they have. That's all they've really done. I mean, I know Daru appears in Robotic Notes, I think. But that's all I know. I gave him that warning, then went to leave. Well, I tried to leave, but...
よいしょ。しょ。
ルカニャン、大丈夫かにゃ？フラフラしてるにゃ。
I guess that's
大丈
their...
夫です。僕だってこれくらい。
Or maybe that's a sign. The reason why they put Daru in robotic notes is maybe it's a sign of they don't really have anything else for Steins Gate, so they're trying to branch out the characters to their other series to try and get people to buy it. Maybe that's why. So it feels a bit random, to be honest.
よかったらお茶でも飲んでいってください。
いや、遠慮しておくよ。お客さんだっているんだろ？
そうですけど。
I couldn't bear to see him struggle like that, so I carried his bags to the shrine with him. Ferris had gone back to her cafe.
それにしても、この荷物、いくらなんでも一人で運ぶには無理があるだろ
う。To be fair, I feel like it will get localized. Because I feel like they're starting with Steins Gate first, and then they're going to probably continue with the rest of their series and like kind of remaster the originals. Before they do anything else, maybe that's what they're gonna do. Because don't they have the Tokyo Game Show? I can't remember. I don't know when that is, because they may announce that there if that's the case. If they're gonna do it.
僕だって最近は少し力がついてきたんですよ。今日も岡部さんに言われた素振りだって。
Sword exercises. That was the training I'd given him when he told me he felt too much like a girl.
精神残魔流か。
It was so stupid I couldn't even laugh.
すみません。
You think so? At E3? Or maybe at the PlayStation show? Because isn't it a PlayStation exclusive? No, because I don't think it's on Xbox, right? Well, it's on PC, I think. I'm not sure. I don't feel like it would be announced at E3 though. Maybe it would. Was it announced at E3? Huh. I guess it was. Thinking back, I was amazed they put up with that nonsense.
ルカ、帰ったのかい？
I could hear his dad's voice from their home behind the shrine office.
はい、今行きます。
それじゃあ、俺はこれで。
はい、ありがとうございました、岡部さん。
But did the... I'm confused now. We're all trying to figure out when did it release? When did it release? When did they announce it? Luca bowed deeply as I left the Yanabashi shrine. On my way home, I thought about what the two of them had said.
でも水臭いにゃ。何か困ったことがあるならフェイリスたちにも話してくれればいいのにゃ。
I mean, they could announce it at any show. To be fair, I just felt like it would be one of these Japanese game show, Tokyo. Looks like that's what I thought, the Tokyo Game Show, or the PlayStation Japanese show, or something like that. They might announce it. Because usually that's where some of these they get announced from. I'm not sure though.
お役に立てないかもしれないですけど、でもお
I mean,
話くらいなら。
I feel like they would. I feel like they're gonna go for that. Because I feel like this is the point now. That's what they're going with. They're going with the elite versions of their games. Because I feel like they don't have anything for Steins Gate at this point, to be fair. It has to do a spin-off. But that's it. I feel like they're going to go remaster their games. And that's the version. And after they do that, they'll probably figure out what's the next sequel of their games. I didn't realise until after they'd spoken. I had gone to Kurisu before I'd gone to anyone else. I brought up the app and started talking with her before I even realised it. Thing is though, it's so hard to remember when it was announced because usually they just release it online. That's what I usually see it. Some of these ones are just released online and not like at a show. Or maybe when the show's during it and just release it online and you just, oh look, there's the announcement. And you never really remember when it was announced. You just know it was announced, that's it. It's not like E3, you're like, oh, this was announced at this E3. You remember this, it was announced at this specific E3. Because it was announced on the stage. And they usually don't do that for these kind of games. She wasn't the real Kurisu. But that voice, the way she acted. All of it reminded me of Kurisu. All of it brought back the emotions I tried to hide. It was an incoming call on my phone. It was from Kurisu. She probably was there to complain about me hanging up on her earlier. That would just be like Kurisu. But I didn't answer the phone. It didn't even give me an option. I couldn't even open my phone then. Interesting. As I know, usually the Steins Gate games give you a choice. That you can want to do this or not, and then it goes to certain endings. I didn't answer any of the other calls that came that day either. We'll see though. I feel like even if it's not Robotic Notes Nets, it'll probably be Chaos Head Remaster for the PS4 and probably PC. Because maybe that's the one they want to do, I feel like, next. The United States of America, California. What the hell?
まったく、なんで私がこんなリポートしなきゃいけないのよ。
The reporter, Jessica Edmond, had rushed to the scene at her director's orders, and she was pissed off about it. She dreamed of Hollywood and even been in a movie once. So how did she end up reporting on this crap?
何でもいいから仕事をよこせと言ったのはお前だろう。
Oh, I mean, they could always just do the Chaos Head Elite, to be fair, and then remove the stuff that's the licensing problems. And then they could actually localize it. But that's probably the only way they could do it.
確かに言ったけど。
Hey, you ever never know, they might be in development now on doing that.
落ちぶれた生意気な女優崩れを使ってやろうってんだ。感謝されたって文句言われる筋合いなんじゃない。
It'd be pretty bad. You think so? I mean, in Elite-wise, I guess Elite, to be fair, what was that? I guess when Elite means is like they put the anime version in it. So I didn't really think about that. I just thought Elite because that's what they're calling the remasters they're doing. So sure, no, they wouldn't. If they're gonna do Chaos Head and probably Robotic Notes remasters, they can't do the anime version of it. Steins Gate makes sense because the anime was successful, so that makes sense.
なんですって
I know all the remasters aren't called the Elite, but I feel like that's what they're going with. I feel like they're gonna go, if they do more remasters, they might just call them Chaos Head Elite, Robotic Notes Elite. So then you know what it is then, because you've already had Steins Gate Elite, and you know what it is. It doesn't have to be the anime though.
それとも、ここでも仕事をほっぽり出して逃げ出すか？何もかも中途半端で。そんなことだと、ガキの親権も取られちまうぞ。
She hated herself for not being able to say anything. Her stupid pride got in the way. She dreamed of being a Hollywood actress, but all she'd gotten was a bit part in a B movie. It had never gone anywhere after that, and she had a kid and came back home. Still, she loved her kid. She wanted to make sure they were taken care of, no matter what she had to do.
それで現場は
I mean, the only reason I can feel they would do that, I guess I haven't got a lot of reason, but maybe the reason is since they have created this universe, and they probably maybe have ideas in the future to try and make them relate to each other, I guess with sequels, that they would try and get more people on the other series before they do that. That's probably the only reason I can think of why they would do it. I guess. I mean, we always have to rely on fan subs, I guess, you know, and do it on PC, because I think that's the only way I could do Chaos Ed. I don't know, it was so hard for me. That's why there was no localization for it. And there was like a special thing I had to do, a mod with the English subs done, like a fan sub. But eventually, I think I lost my save for it, and it kind of messed up. So that's why I never went back to it. She went into the bushes and there she saw it. Several bodies, all brutally mutilated. What the hell?
このように国内において行方不明になっている研究者は今年に入ってから5名。そのうちの3名についてはアーティフィシャルインテリジェンスの研究を行っていたとされており。
What?
その背後には人工知能技術の発展に反対する原理的宗教主義者たちによる活動も影響しているのではないかとみて、当局ではさらに捜査を続けている模様です。続きましては現場からのリポートです。ジェシカ、こちら現場のジェシカ・エドモンドです。今朝早くこちらの現場で発見された遺体に関して当初人間のものと思われておりましたが、その後の警察の調べによりますと、それがチンパンジーやオランウータンといった複数の猿の死体であることが分かりました。ただしこれらの遺体について一部脳および頭部が欠損しているものもあるとのことで、警察では猟奇的事件として地域住民への警戒を訴えており、
See what I mean though, that's the thing, these kind of things were just announced randomly when you don't expect it, you know? You can't predict what they're doing actually. You know, it's not like these big companies like, oh, they're probably going to do this game next or do this remaster. But these kind of companies are not as big. You don't know what they're going to do. Are they remastering? Are they making a sequel? Are they going to make a new series in their universe? He has no idea what they're gonna do.
いや、今日はもう終わりだよ。
そっか。じゃ、どっかで飯でも食ってく？
ど
どうせまたカレーだろ。キッチン倒壊か。
昨日ちょい臨時収入あったから今日は豪勢にモンでいいかな。
俺はやめておくよ。今月ちょっとピンチだし。
そっか。じゃまた今度な。
あ。
I was talking with my friends after class. I really started to get used to this. Before the summer, I felt really out of place at school, but now it didn't seem so bad. Back then, I thought I was special, but now I knew better. As long as you made the effort to fit in, you can find a place to belong. But that's my problem. That's why I feel like Steins Gate might just be abused for the money, since they're not a big company. But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they're protective of Steins Gate, and they will only do the thing that makes sense. So that's my worry with these kind of companies. They're not big, and they finally get something that's big out of their series. They kind of tend to milk it as much as possible. I just hope they don't do that though. People can change. No, they can change whether they want to or not. It was too late now, but I learned something about myself. It was really too late. It really was too late.
それじゃあ帰って。ん
Oh. As I headed for the exit, I realized that I recognized one of the people passing through my field of vision. That was Dr. Leskinen. Yep. I mean, that's the problem with these kind of games, you know? There's so many of these companies, like Mages, for example. They have so many of these other games they do or produce. It's just, what do they focus on? That's really up to the company. The college went out of its way to attract exchange students, so it wasn't unusual to see foreigners. But still.
いない。
I hurried after him, but the person I just saw was already gone. Was I just mistaken? Come to think of it, the professor being here wouldn't be strange. He might have come to meet with my advisor, Izaki. Izaki had wanted to get to know him.
今度教授に会ったら聞いてみよう。
I mean, they could kickstart it, but I don't know if they can, because I feel like a lot of companies would have did this by now, you know, of these kind of low games, not low games, but games that wouldn't get much revenue, so they were like, kickstart it, like Shenmue did. But I feel like Shenmue's the only one I can remember recently that's done that. I can't remember anything else that has really used Kickstarter to get their next game because people wanted it. I glanced in the direction he'd gone and then left the school for Akihabara. When I came out of the turnstile, the radio building was right in front of me like always. The time machine that Suzuha had used to come here was probably still on the roof. Even if people didn't go up there often, it was still amazing that no one had found it after so long. Of Of course, that was all thanks to Ferris. That's the thing, they probably will have used Steins Gate, that's what my point is. They're trying to sell their other, like they've done with robotic notes. They put Daru in it, so I feel like we have some Steins Gate character in there, we probably could sell more, copies or units. Because people who are Steins Gate fans will probably buy that one. So I feel like they will abuse it if they need to, which I feel like they already started to do. She rented out the roof of the building and sealed it off. Of course, I hadn't come here to look at the time machine. I got messages from Luca and Ferris after I left the lab last night. Both of them had asked, and neither of them were able to get any useful information from it. It made sense when I thought about it. If there was a missing persons report, somebody might remember the police doing something, but there wasn't. Wait, are you serious? There was a Chaos Child prequel manga which featured Kurisu as the main character. That actually happened. What was it about then? Because how does that relate to the Chaos series? That's weird. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. I mean, that's a good little references they do. That can make sense. That they make like certain places related to different games. So what? It's just her, what she did at the university before she came here to Japan and died. Okay, that wouldn't be too bad, I guess. But I mean, I just don't know how they would make that entertaining. Because I feel like there's nothing they really could do. I haven't read it, so I'm not sure, but it just feels a bit weird to me. If there was a missing person's report, somebody might remember the police doing something, but there wasn't. But Ferris has said something interesting. Yeah, that it will tell into her backstory. I just don't know how they could make that into the visual novel if they want to. Because it's not really... Is it interesting? I mean, it would be interesting to see a backstory, but to be honest, would it even be entertaining? I guess maybe just the bickering between... Because I guess Maho? Was Maho in it? Because Maho would have been there, right? Because Maho was in the same place, for sure. I think they should personally, if they do make a Steins Gate sequel, I feel like they should bring in a character from the other games as one of the cast, part of the cast. That way I feel like when more people do play that sequel, people will get kind of attached to that character, or they will know him. And then maybe when they eventually realise that he's in these other games, they might actually start to more inclined to actually buy that game and try it out, since that character they know is in a different game. that's my thought. I don't feel like they should go all out and just go like, here's the cast of this series, here's the cast of this series, put them together. I feel like they should slowly put them together, but I just don't know what they could do. To be honest, like what they could actually do as a story, putting them together, if they would do that. But I guess it's up to them, innit? Maybe they could think of something. I'm not really the writer. That was definitely Suzuha. What would she do if she knew people thought she was a ghost? I held back a laugh as I tried to imagine it, and then headed for the radio building. My goal, of course, was to find information on Kaguri. There. This was where she vanished, which meant this was where I was most likely to find clues. I mean, would you at this time? It's been gone. How long now? She's been gone. I went around to each store inside the radio building and asked, but didn't learn anything. Of course, Suzuha would have done the same thing, so I didn't expect much. But that didn't mean I could just stop. The parts shops, the commercial facilities, even the back alleys. Even after all that, I went all around Akihabara asking people about Kaguri. There, I keep saying it wrong. But I didn't learn anything useful. There's the lockers. Some people told me the same story about the ghost in Twin Tales, but no one knew anything about Kaguri. Yeah, I keep saying Kaguri. Stop it. Yeah. Kaguri. Okay. So I'm guessing maybe that's like their way of trying to write a mini sequel or like a potential sequel in by putting like references of what they've done since Steins Gate in robotic notes. Maybe that's what it is. Because I don't know what it is you see on there when you play robotic notes. I don't know what you actually see of what they're doing. So maybe it references some stuff that like trouble they have in. I'm not sure. If a little girl was kidnapped or got into an accident, somebody might witness that. But going missing was a different thing. If Shinya Kaguri, I said Kaguri again, vanished out of her own free will, all anyone would see was a 10-year-old girl walking down the street. Nobody would remember that 10 years later. Try to think again if there was a better way. The police and government weren't of any use. That left somebody connected to the underworld. Anti-committee. I don't think I do. Trying to think if I know. Is that like kind of CERN-ish thing? I'm not sure if I'm right about that. Where they... No, I don't think I've got it right. I don't think I do now. Oh, so instead it aloud, the idea drove from my mind. How stupid. That's something the old me would have thought of. I've given that stuff up. Interesting. So the So they have interacted together from Chaos and Steins Gate. I thought they've only been referenced, or maybe they have been referenced, but they are We haven't seen that yet. They're giving that stuff up.
そういえば
I run all over Akibara looking for something once before. I wasn't looking for a person then, but a thing. The IBM 5100. 6 months ago in the Alpha World line, I'd gone looking for the same thing that Suzuha had searched for in the past. Back then, that's right, Kurusu was with me. So you should ask Amadeus. It's the closest thing you're gonna get. I wonder why they cancelled it. Was it the fact they didn't have faith they would do good? It's weird, I don't know. Why would they cancel it unless maybe they had the idea, they went with it a bit, and then they realised, no. Is that going to be good? I don't know. When Kurusu and I had learned that there was an IBM 5100 in Luca's storeroom, we worked together to carry the heavy thing. The heavy machine.
前に進まないでよ。私が後ろ歩きしなくちゃいけないでしょ。横に動きなさい。
Thinking back, all she ever done was complain. She was strong-willed, bratty, and hated to lose, but she was still so lonely. Once again, I'm taking my phone out of my pocket without realizing it. I'm just gonna call Amadeus again. Maybe. I mean, I guess we just have to see, wait and see what they do. Maybe they do go all out. Maybe they do go all out and then make a sequel for all the games that tie each other in. I'm not sure whether they could. Well, I guess we just have to wait and find out because there's so many scenarios what they could do that it's kind of hard to guess where they're gonna go next. That's the thing with this. Amadeus. Since I hadn't picked up any of her calls yesterday, she hadn't called at all today. I stared at the Amadeus icon for a moment, but then I put my phone back in my pocket. It's cooler, man. Oh. Chaos Adult when? To be fair, that's probably already made. Just, you know, something different. Or maybe the same thing you're thinking of, I'm not sure. When I got back to the lab, I saw that Daru was completely exhausted. There was no need to even ask. It was obvious he hadn't found a single clue. Suzuha had been doing this for over half a year, so her face didn't portray her emotions anymore. Daru didn't bother asking me how it went. He could probably tell from the look on my face.
考えてみたらさ、これまでだって鈴葉がそれなりに探してたわけでさ、それを僕ら素人が今更また蒸し返したところで新しい発見なんてあるわけないんだよな。
Daru said what I've been thinking, but try not to say.
手伝ってくれてありがとう。これ以上無理はしなくていい。捜索は私だけで続行するよ。
I have no idea. I can't contribute really, to be honest, because I have no idea. Suzuha evidently had no intention of giving up.
いや、ちょっと待って鈴葉。僕が言いたいのはさ。
父さんたちに無理させるわけにもいかないから。かがりの件は私の責任なんだし。
バカ言うなよ。子供の責任は親の責任だろ、ジョコ。
父さん。
ね、今のどう？かなりパパっぽかったと思うんだけど、なんならパパ大好きって言って抱きついてくれてもいいのだぜ。
You can post links, that's fine, yeah. Because obviously you don't post anything that goes to some bad sites, you know, obviously. But I trust that would happen. If it does anyway, I can just delete that, but I trust you. Watching these two always gave me a strange feeling. For a while after they first met, they were complete strangers. And now they were father and child. And age-wise, they were exactly the same, which is really weird. Maybe I could understand how Suzuha was feeling, but I had no idea what Daru was going through.
とにかく僕が言いたいのは、ただむやみやたらに探したところでダメだろってこと。
じゃあどうしろと言うんだ？
So basically next time she's gonna just be a cat at the next sequel of Steins Gate. She's actually just gonna be the actual cat.
餅は餅屋って言うでしょ。
more and more each
こう
sequel.
いうのはやっぱ専門家に頼むのが一番だと思うんだよね。
専門家？
こういうのはある程度裏の世界の情報にも精通してる人に頼むのが一番だろ、ジョコ。
I realized they come up with the same idea I had. My head hurt.
心当たりがあるの？
ち、父さんを甘く見ないでほしいな。僕はオタだけど顔は広いのだぜ。
横幅も広いけどな。
茶化すなっつうの。
っていうか本気で言ってるのか？本気で裏の世界の人間とやらにつながりがあると？
Was she only 3 centimeters taller than Maho? Faris? I'm trying to remember in the anime now when they're standing next to each other, if that was the case. I can't remember that. I actually never noticed, to be fair. I guess it's just they always just said Maho looked like a middle schooler. I guess it's that they made it that her thing and they just went with it. If they made her any smaller, I think it would have been ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Before Suzuha, who I could respond, he took out his phone and started typing a message to someone. Was he serious? And was text messaging the preferred way to get in touch with the criminal underworld?
どう思う？おじさん。
I think it's that because the way she is, she's supposed to be like skinny, right? Is that her thing? I'm not sure. Or am I making that up? But she's not supposed to be like normal weight for her height, I guess. Maybe she's skinny and that's why she looks like she's young, really young.
実際にそういう人物が本当にいるのなら頼んでみてもいいとは思うが。
In fairness, being a hacker was a pretty underworld sort of occupation too. If I knew someone like him, it was quite possible that the person he said he knew really existed. I guess.
よし、送信と。あとは返信が来れば。
Or maybe it's just the fact that since Ferris is known. Whoa. What was that? Did we get a message? What's going on? What's that? Was that from the actual game? Maybe I'm getting confused. No.
もう返事が来たの？
Okay, he was. Okay.
今からそっちに向かいますって。
随分と話が早い
It's
相
very
手だな。
Ferris, but if she got even more cat stuff on her? That's what I want to know. Does she actually wear whiskers now? Does she actually have does have more stuff for cat on her?
遅いよりはいいんじゃね？
That was true. Dara was sending another message. He was probably telling her we were here, or where we are. We were. Oh god, I couldn't even say that right then. Now all we had to do was wait for her arrival. And then her phone rang. And then the phone rang. It's... Oh, Luca.
もしもし、ルカ子か？
岡部さん、すみません。今大丈夫ですか？
おう、どうした？
実は僕岡部さんに相談したいことがあって。
相談？
Okay.
今からお会いしてもらえないでしょうか？
今から電話じゃ言いにくいことなのか？
はい、少し。
Right now? Would it be okay to leave this and to Dara and Suzaha?
悪い。これから客が来ることになっているんだ。
Probably after this scene ends and like we end or go somewhere else and something new starts, I'm probably going to end the stream, to be honest, because I will be back tomorrow though, around the same time if you want to come join. But just let you know, because I've went no actually, how long have I been for already today? Oh, I was interested to see what kind of person Dara friend was.
そうで
It's
す
Noriko,
か。
isn't it? That's why.
その後からじゃダメか？
Been going for 4 hours and 17 minutes already. Ooh, what the hell? Longer than I expected to go.
その後は僕も用事があって。
そうか。
それじゃあ。
Just as Luka was about to say something. I heard sharp footsteps coming up the stairs. Ooh. And then a knock.
はい、どうぞ。
悪いルカ子、お客が来たようだ。
voice, man.
後で連絡を。
And then I stopped. The person who opened the door. It was.
こいつまた
Painting finger. Yeah, of course it was. It was Kiryu Moeka. Hadn't seen her since the ATF seminar.
岡部さん、どうしたんですか？岡部さん。お茶どうぞ。
Moeka was silent, with her head tilted slightly forward. Seeing her caused a dull ache within me, like my heart was being squeezed dry.
どうして
Which scene was you referring to? Huh? Did you think of something else that's not yet? That's ahead? Why was she here with Daru? Had any number of doubts in my mind.
どうしたん、オカリン。
どうしたん、オカリン。
いや
Moeka tilted her head a bit to the side and I quickly averted my eyes. There was no connection between CERN and us anymore. So she wasn't going to kill Mayuri. But still, you can't forget that, can you? She wasn't going to kill Mayuri. She wasn't going to kill Mayuri. She wasn't going to kill her. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I said it to myself over and over again and finally started to relax.
おじさん、顔色悪いよ。大丈夫？
どうしたオカリン。
気にしないでくれ。それよりもダル、説明してくれ。
ああ、この人は桐生氏。ヘンプロのライターさんだよ。
Eddie Pro writer. I've never heard that before. She suddenly handed me her business card, which had the name of a company called Arc Rewrite on it. Arc Rewrite. Daru gave a brief explanation to me and Suzuha.
なあ、ダル。お前はどうしてこの人と知り合いに？
前にさ、桐生氏の担当してる雑誌で秋葉関係の都市伝説を扱った特集があったんだよね。その時に僕のバイトのこと取材したいって申し出があってさ。僕のバイトってほら、あんま大きな声で言えないやつっしょ。だから取材に関しては丁重にお断りしたんだけど、ただ僕って普段から足がつかないようにかなり注意してるんだよね。なのに桐生氏はその僕にたどり着いた。それが気になって、で会ってみたらこの通り、すげえ美人さんだったわけだ。都市伝説を追う美人ライターとか燃えざるを得ないだろ、上皇。
Okay, Daru. And that's how they met, of course. Suzuha was frowning as she saw how Daru acted around Moeka. She didn't say anything, but I could tell she was thinking that he'd be better off directing his attentions toward her mom. Moeka, for her part, seemed completely uninterested in Daru. She was wearing her usual poker face and fiddling with her phone. She's still using a Japanese feature phone instead of a smartphone, huh?
まあ専門ってわけじゃないけど、秋葉についてはかなり詳しいみたいだし、結構裏の方の事情も知ってるっぽいから頼んでみるのもありかなって。
人探し、そう聞いた。
うん、実はね、12年前に秋葉でいなくなった女の子を探してほしいんだお。
Dara told Kiryu Moeka the basic story. She was dead silent the whole time, but she typed her words, or his words, into her phone with incredible speed. She was dubbed the name Shining Finger. I said nothing and just watched. She was once around her. She probably still was. Was it okay to trust her? It was just a coincidence that I'd run into her here. I knew that in my head, but my heart just refused to accept it. Here in the Beta World line, we never encountered Moeka and Kiryu before. Of course we hadn't. I chosen the Beta World line so that we wouldn't. Even though the cost was Makise Kurusu's life. Yeah.
つまりその椎名かがりという人を探せばいいの。
そういうこと。どうかな。
やってみてもいい？
マジ？
でも見つかるかはわからない。
I mean, it's one person that can do it. It makes sense. It's Moeka, since she, in the other timeline, she can actually find IBM.
もちろん、その場合はしょうがないよ。
Normally, Moeka and I would never have run into each other like this. Of course, we might have crossed paths in Akihabara. We almost ran into each other when she came to interview Dr. Leskinen and Mahu at the ATF seminar. But I convinced myself that we were never going to meet each other directly. Was this fate? Where she and I fated to cross paths at some point. If that was the case, maybe it was better not to try to avoid her, but to watch her to see what she did. As I listened to Daru talk to her, that was what I started to think.
じゃあ報酬は成功報酬で、その他の必要経費はこっちで持つってことで OK？
OK？
オカリンも鈴葉もそれでいい？
私は手伝ってもらえるなら文句はない。
俺も構わない。
じゃあ契約成立ってことで一つ。
Moeka nodded slightly and then asked us for information about Kagari that might be a clue. Stuff like the clothes she was wearing when she disappeared and what she looked like. After that, she left. Ooh, okay, save it. How long have I actually been total? Let's see there. I've done a total of 8 hours and 51 minutes of gameplay. So yeah, because it is 12 o'clock here for me and I have got work tomorrow. I'm not gonna get much sleep, but still, I don't care. So let me so yeah, we'll just turn it down, leave the music on in the background. So yeah, I'm gonna end the stream now. I'll be back tomorrow though, around the same time. Hopefully I could do around the same amount of time I did today. We'll see though. So yeah, let's see in total how many hours I did. 4 hours and 30 minutes. It's not bad. Good stream. It was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. I mean, I'm gonna continue. Like I said, I'm gonna continue this until Steins Elite comes out, or if I finish this first. I'm not sure how long this will take me though. I'm not sure, but I do want to try out Steins Elite because I'm curious to see what they added. Because they added new scenes apparently in the animated form. So yeah, I'm curious to see what they've added on that. And plus, it'd be good to experience the original again, since I haven't experienced it in a while. So yeah, thank you everyone. I'm gonna get some sleep. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, I guess, if you come join me. Bye. I guess I'll end on that. Really weird.